Alright, there you go. Get this blindingly white notepad in front of me. Yeah, subscribe on Twitch to earn the Duolingo drops. I used to use Duolingo. I don't know, it's either like I just didn't have the time to get 1 week of game development. Well, it honestly, I think next time we do this, I really want to try to make a stream of this every week. Like, to put it in perspective, we started this in July, and I feel like this was not supposed to go on as long as it did. Like, I think 7 days is like a good, like, it's like a good number of streams for just like a game like this. I think this game turned out really well in just 6 days. And the 3 things you see here on stream, hi Startercell. The 3 things you see here on this notepad, these are pretty much the last things I want to do. In fact, I'm gonna reorder the priorities here. So we want to do this. We want to finally set up like new projectiles and like pickups, because these 2 features go hand in hand with each other. Because the idea is that the ship is meant to fire different types of bullets, and then also you can upgrade those bullets. So there are pickups that change what bullet you're firing, and then there's also pickups that upgrade the current one you have equipped. It's like that. Hi Ben, welcome back. And then there's like a whole other feature in Unity called particles. There's like a particle system. I actually hadn't messed with that at all, and like I kind of know a bit of how to do it, but I don't know. It was just something I wanted to save for last. And then also like these last 2 features are kind of just some bonus stuff, because this part, if you take a look here at the enemy controller, there's like one enemy controller, and then there's like all these different like functions and whatnot that are inside all of the other enemies. I might stay on Twitch since YouTube delay sucks. Yeah, that's totally fair. This is the inevitability. This is what'll happen. You know, like, I noticed, like, how low the turnout was on the Hades 2 stream, but then I was like, you know what? I think it might have to do with everybody just going on Twitch. It might actually have to do with that. But then, like, afterwards, because it's, like, a kind of a relevant game, like, in this day and age, in like, the past week, then all of a sudden, 75% of the viewership that video has just, like, came from after the VOD ended. After the stream ended. Which I was like, huh, that's kind of odd. Found that just a little strange. So now that my preamble is over, I just want to make sure this is shuffling videos correctly so we can let the music just kind of play. How's the game so far? So this is the final stream. This is the final stream for the game. I can even give you like state of the game right now. However, that requires me to, actually I'm just not gonna have the music on. There actually is mute audio, yeah. I don't know, just for testing purposes, I'm just gonna keep the audio muted because I'm tired of like alt-tabbing to my music and to like turning it off. I'm tired of doing it, okay? I'm tired of doing this. Loki doing nothing but playing Super Meat Boy, so I'll be here to hit bots with hammers. Yeah, totally fair. The only flaw I've noticed with working on this game is that every time it needs to reload the domain, it is not working. Or no, it's like taking forever. What is that? Since when has there been a problem? Did I change something? Object reference is not an instance of an object. When the hell did I change something? What line is this? Oh, shit. Sorry, 1 second. So that's line 31 inside the chaser controller. Well, we were gonna work with the enemies today. Broke through the game within the first 3 minutes? What the fuck? Is that a problem? Like, so ship position equals ship.transform.position. Enemy controller, here's where the ship is. Vector 3 is ship position, which is a protected variable that we already This should be fine. I beat the game so far. I'm just trying to get the Golden God achievement. I don't know what that means. Why is this a problem? I don't know. I thought that was, it's like, I think I remember moving this. I do remember moving this to, like, this file because I wanted to break everything down into like, the enemy controller class. It's a child of enemy controller, so I thought there was no problem with that. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. And the ship isn't destroyed. So, like, it found the ship. So I find that really bizarre. What does protected mean on those values? It means... I mean, I think I should be allowed to change this value. Wait, shit. Wait a minute. I think I need to make a setter. You know what? I might need to make a setter. I don't think I'm supposed to do it like that. Is it not? So it's like, I don't think this line works when the variable we're trying to change is protected. In fact, I think we ran into an issue like this before. It's like, this is why you use setters. Public void, set ship position. What type of thing is this? So ship position equals, I guess that we just take this line. And then we should just be able to do set ship position, right? I think that should be fine, because I was like, I think if it's a protected variable, it needs to be a public variable to be used anywhere outside that class, even for its children. Even when it comes to its children, I believe. I don't believe you can... Can you change a protected variable of your parents? I thought you could. I thought you could. Enemy controller. No, it just has a problem with this line in general. Okay, so that actually gives me a better idea what's happening then. It just doesn't like that statement in general. I have no fucking clue what I did. Hi, Ash. Dark mode today? Yes, it is. D&D? Not right now. So let me check out the chaser. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so here's what happened. So basically, the entire time we've been doing this, huh? I don't know. I'm thinking like, I need to make like an enemy manager or some shit. I don't know. That seems like a really dumb way to do it. That seems like a really dumb way to do it. So that's why I'm like less inclined to do it that way. Because I think it's like, it doesn't have a reference to this, and this doesn't have an established reference anywhere. All right, so let's entertain the idea. Let's entertain the idea that we can do this. Like, just find the ship just then and there. Just find the ship then and there, like that. I want to see what it does. I want to see what it does with that. Okay? Give that a shot. And you should be able to find that. So now let's do set, ship, position. Can I do protected? Yeah, okay. No. It can use these. It can. It can do that. All right? I want to say this is fine. You know, I miss doing this. I really miss doing this. I don't know why I have fun like programming in front of you guys. Is that still a problem? Why? Why is that still a problem? Object reference not set to instance of object. I literally established what this is. What? Not to mention, like, I don't remember what it was before. What are these code names? It's exactly what it says. It's used for debugging. This is to identify the object when it's instantiated. Sometimes I run it just to identify what the class is. What the fuck is the problem here? Ship position, ship, what is it, Ash? Check blue sky? Why would you message me, like, during the stream? You know, like, specifically I opened my DMs there was so you could, like, send me shit off stream? Yeah, we're gonna be stuck here trying to figure out why this isn't working. Ship controller, find first object by type, get its game object. I don't get it. I don't get why it's wrong. Alright, try it. Let me just run it one more time. So, Chaser controller, line 31. It just doesn't like this function. I don't know, it's like, otherwise I just have to establish, like, the ship's existence directly in file. Super Fent? I don't know what you're talking about. And it doesn't have anything to do with the fact that it's public, right? Like, I don't know. It's not like the fact that it's not giving me an error, but it actually isn't supposed to work. Let me just set it to public. Okay, yeah. There is something wrong with the concept of this. So this is a protected variable for the ship. So this is what we would have. This is what we had before. I don't know. It's like maybe every controller has to have its own like ship position. It have to be something like that. How would you feel if I did this? Because like this is a legal statement. It's a legal statement because it's the variable from its parent. It's fentanyl, but 10 times stronger. It had no problem with that. Which I find really weird. I'm not really sure why we need to, like, get an instance to the fucking... We need to, like, get an instance by finding first object by type. I don't know why we need to do that every frame. Like, I felt like here, that means I should be able to get rid of this function. So that means I should be able to do this. Like, I'm not really sure why this statement isn't legal. Like, what is wrong with doing it like this? Because it's a protected variable from, it's a protected function from the parent. So why is that a problem? I swear, it was a problem before. No, it was a problem before. It definitely had a problem before. What does protected do again? Okay, so whenever you make a function or variable protected, that means that any child of the class can use this variable or function. Any child can use this. No, it did not work before. It was definitely throwing an error before. What the fuck did I do differently? Is it an on-start issue? See, like, I thought, like, if you only got a reference to the the ship object once, I thought you'd only need to do it once. It seems to me like you have to do it every frame. I think the difference... So, the difference here is that instead of putting this in the start function, because, like, I feel like you're only meant to, like, declare and instantiate this once. You know what I mean? When you do this, you always have a reference to the game object. I'm not really sure why this needs me to do it every frame. I'm not really sure I understand. But that seemed to fix the issue. These are some good grapes. I'm always eating grapes now. Like, dude, fuck potato chips, fuck, like, candy. Dude, like, grapes are just, like, the ultimate snack food. It's kind of wild. Alright, so I guess we can roll with this. And so now we have a function inside the enemy controller. Inside the enemy controller called set ship position. So now I think everywhere that this is being used, we can now do this. I believe Asteroid did not use this. Let's just get rid of the spawners. We're not going to be touching the spawners today. Believe it or not, we're not actually going to touch the spawner class today. I want to say, 5 out of the 7 days, we were working with the spawner class. We're not going to touch it today. It's done. It works the way it should. Yeah, let me just check what these guys are doing. I want to say the Dasher needs a reference to the ship. Yeah, here it is. So, this ship... Yeah, I want to say this line of code will not work anymore. So what we got to do is replace it with set ship position. And then we'll have to play through like a bit of the game to figure that out. Or I could just like come into the game. I can come into the game and like put a prefab in. Actual grapes are amazing. Grape flavored stuff is genuinely ass. That is very true. That is very true. Grape juice sucks. Grape juice is fucking awful. Hey, Lane, welcome back. Yeah, let me just like spawn one in. I just want to see it work. All right, it still works. Perfect. Yeah, his name goes by Lane. It works the way it works as God intended. I like how I said what we were gonna do first, but then I got caught up in working with that. I'm also going to turn down the fucking music. Jesus Christ. The music's getting a little crazy right now. This is what I get for playing DeBlob music. Anybody played DeBlob? It was a game on the Wii. It's on PC now. It's on PC. Yeah, it's a cute game. It's like an old game. I don't know. I think about like the Wii era for like Nintendo, and I do kind of miss that console. But honestly, I think I played more games on my GameCube. I don't know. I think like with the Wii, the whole motion control thing kind of just wore off. Its novelty just kind of wore off on me. All right, so what else can we do? See, here's the thing. Something I noticed about this. Let me just like have these three enemies just kind of spawn, okay? Because I want to make sure they work correctly every time we test this. So I'm noticing that every single one of these enemies has like a collision section. They have an on-trigger enter 2D. So in this case, I believe this collider is the exact same, almost the exact same for each one. Yeah, they look almost identical. So that's why I'm thinking, let's just stuff all this in one function, like in one protected function. Why no stream Monday and Wednesday? I just didn't feel like it. I don't know. I've just been a little tired. But I'll try to... There might be a stream Saturday. I'm not sure. I'm just like kind of confirming to myself that these are like this is like the exact same function. They all look the same. I don't think there's anything different about each of them. Yeah, I think what we can do, if I go into the enemy controller, protected, void, do collision. I don't know, I'm like, do I want to break this down into 3 different colliders, like collision functions? Or should I just have one big one? So there's like a collider for the projectile player projectile, there's a collider for the asteroid, a collider for the death plane. I don't know, I might just have this all in one, because it seems to work fine with just all of them in one. And I can just add more to it later. It's just a bunch of if statements. Alright, so if I take this, I want to say I can do this. And move that in here. Oh, I didn't think of that. Right, we would have to do that too. I didn't think of that part. So, like, the enemy controller needs to have a reference to the bonus object. There's a number of points that each like, instance of the enemy, each child instance has to kind of override. So the way I see it, I guess that's like an interesting point. Oh, right, and then it also has to like check for the collider in the first place. I didn't think of that part either. I don't know, because there's like some extra stuff that happens inside the collider and some extra information that's provided from being on trigger enter 2D. That is kind of weird. Also, but like count. I think like the counter for each specific enemy also is something that needs to be changed. Well, actually, I don't know. Maybe that could stay the way it is. Have you heard anything scientific recently? Oh, I heard something about the creation of super fentanyl. I don't know, I heard it somewhere. This is a huge news of tornadoes. I normally don't open videos mid-stream, but thanks. You can go and share that with the rest of the class. Yeah, I'm not really sure what I do with this then, so... I don't know, it's like you'd have to retain the if statement. You'd have to retain the if statement in this case. So the position of death also needs to be retained. Yeah, it would have to be something that's passed in when you do the collision check. And then there's also set total score by the number of points. Yeah, there's a lot of things that are happening in this function that it's like, it's really hard to pull it away from the child class it's a part of. It's interesting because it hasn't happened for 12 years straight. I don't know, I'm just kind of staring at this and I'm thinking like, how would I do this? If it's even possible. Now it's like, now I'm starting to think if it's even possible to like extract this method. Huh. Did you ever study weather? No, I didn't. I never really went into meteorology. I definitely think there are certain parts where it's like, yes, this is something that probably should be moved to like the enemy controller. Because I thought like I was expecting to find some more standardized way to represent all the enemies. I thought there were some consistencies they all had, which they do have a couple consistencies. Just not as many as I thought there'd be. I don't know, I guess like you'd have to reference the bonus object inside the locally inside the function. You'd have to do that too. I'm just kind of thinking of like how this would work. We already referenced the score in the first place. Does the game have a real-time graph of bitrate over time? There is one. There is one. I see it. I see it on OBS. There is one that tells me on OBS as well. It just dropped for a solid 6 seconds. I didn't see anything on my end. That means the issue did not exist. That means nothing bad happened. I'm eating these grapes too fast. We're only a half hour in. I mean, like, sometimes it is my fault. I wonder, I'm just like seeing which parts can actually be taken out and put in here. That's what I'm looking for. Direction X, direction Y. And that comes from path X and path Y. There's like its spawn position. This is for the pea shooter. So this is like the fire bullet function. I don't know, and it's like, this is something that I don't think needs to be moved to this, unless like we were planning to add more enemies that were meant to like fire bullets, which we didn't. What value is center point here? So spawn position. This is a value that needs to be collectively maintained. I don't know. It's like now I'm starting to notice like all the differences that these, all like the different nuances that these enemies have. And I'm like, is it even possible to make like one totally perfect enemy controller? I don't know. I guess I'll have to think about it a little further. I think we'll go back to what we were doing originally. We'll go back to what we were doing originally, and which was like adding new bullets. I think we'll have to just kind of sleep on this for now. Let's just remove this. I don't know, set ship position was really the only like thing we added here. Let's also like trim some other stuff that isn't needed here. So, okay, here is the default bullet. Basically, it already does what it kind of needs to do. Basically, it gets destroyed when it runs into an asteroid. If it runs into an enemy, or it's like the enemy controllers, I believe, determine, like, they destroy the bullet if the bullet impacts with them. That's normally what they do. So in other cases, when it runs into an asteroid, it destroys itself. Actually, would this be needed if the asteroid controller already destroys the bullet? There's a death plane. Pea shooter. So if it runs into a player projectile, it destroys the thing it collides with, and then it destroys itself. I don't know, it's like there's this like decision that you have to make when it comes to collisions, where it's like, where do I want to determine who destroys what object? Like, if you have to do any sort of collision that involves an object destroying another, is it like, do you use the target to destroy itself, or do you use like the person that's doing the collision to destroy the target? I don't know. I don't think there's a wrong answer, but I think you want to have a consistent, like, you want to have consistency to it. I find this very interesting. 2 games combined from animation of Minecraft and Geometry Dash. You should share that in the or do you don't have a Discord either, do you? I might have forgotten about that fact. I think it's time to whip out a sprite. So here's the thing. We need to make some new sprites. I don't know, we'll do like 512. They don't need to be like seriously... They don't need to be like seriously like detailed. They just need to look like pickup items. So it's gonna be something that's kind of like surrounded in a circle. Kind of like a little bubble floating somewhere. Or it could be like a... It could be like a box. It could look like a box maybe. Fine by me, I don't have Discord. Yeah, do I even use my watch later playlist? Are we out of grapes? We have 2 grapes left. This is a tragedy. I'm gonna have to eat both of them. I have no choice. So how about this? Let's make this a little thicker. Actually, that might be a little too thick. We're gonna do this, and then we're going to do this. That is not brown. I don't know why I thought that was brown. So something like that. Basically, we need to make a box. I'll try to find something more scientific. And I don't know. I'm thinking like, how do I show that the weapon is stronger? You know what I mean? And I also wanted to account for the fact that the default bullet was going to be like still something that you could viably use. I don't know. I think like what I'm kind of thinking of is that the default bullet gains piercing when you upgrade it, and then there's also one that's just like a faster, like it just fires faster, and then one just shoots like in a spread, like a shotgun. Those are like the 3 I'm thinking of. So you've either got piercing, you've got like multi-shot, or you've got like high rapid fire. You got rapid fire. Those are the 3 modes I want you to have. I don't know, I'm just like thinking, what do I mark the box with? And also, what's like a good box color? That's like a fine dark brown. Do I want to round off the edges a little? Yeah, it'd be something like that. I don't know. I think it's like I've curved off like a bit more of one side than I meant to. It'd be something like that. There are 4 types of ranger weapons: slow but strong, fast but weak, very flashy, all 3. Is it reference or something, or is this like a suggestion? And I'm also thinking, like, there's probably gonna be different bullet designs, too. I think I might even reuse the pea shooter. Well, I don't think I'll reuse the pea shooter bullet. Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. Oh, shit. It'd be something like that. I needed a way to make it obvious what the box is gonna do. I need a way to make it obvious, I need a way to make it look obvious. Yeah, be something like that. I don't know, I kind of like it. However, I think this color might be... This color might be, like, hard to see. I want to make sure you can very clearly see the box on screen. It'd be something like that. I don't exactly know how big the box is going to be. But I think this is something that we can kind of work with. I don't know, I think this is also good. Actually, you know what? Maybe we will work with the spawner because we do need to have a setting that determines when it shows up. We're probably gonna have to do that too. God damn it. That should be really easy though. Give me the open in folder. Show me. Give me the path for that. Like we'll just try it with one of these first. I just need to get these spawning on the screen. So export as, turn this, so shotgun box. I don't know where that just exported. All right, send it there. Alright, and then we'll have to, like, modify what that looks like. Because, like, what I'm probably gonna do... So there's shotgun box, and then what I'm also going to do is... Take this, remove that. What color do I want this to be? I need a sign that you're also, like, slightly stronger, too. I don't know, because, like, with the shotgun, I think it'll be, like, it'll get to a point where you can fire, like, 8 bullets, like, in a circle around you. So it's, like, much more obvious. Well, I don't know. I think the player should be able to tell. The player should be able to tell. So, like, this bullet is gonna look kind of long. It's gonna be like a long boy. I don't know, we could even, like, make a bullet that doesn't look quite like a standard bullet. You know what I mean? We make something like that. Yeah, maybe. Found this old melting old jewelry in the gold bars. I think I've seen a dude, like, dip his hand in into, like, some molten liquid, and for some reason his hand was completely fine. I don't remember what the context of that video was. It was kind of interesting. So there's shotgun box, and then there's... What do I call this? I don't know, piercing box, I suppose? Yeah, so now we have 2 boxes that we can work with here. Also make an Easter egg inside of your game. So what I'm thinking is that... I don't know, this will probably be something I could add. I don't know if I'll ever, like, add it. I don't know if I'll add it on stream, but I was thinking of adding, like, a cheat code. Where if you entered the cheat code, it would actually just let you have every upgrade enabled at once. Something like that. Something silly. Something silly like that. Let's see here. So now what we gotta do is we basically copy the asteroid. You mean Nile Red, the YouTuber? Where... So filter mode, no filter. I just noticed that I did not get rid of the filter for this. No compression, apply. That's what makes it, that's normally what's supposed to make it sharper. Bilinear, no filter. Actually, no, it wasn't this. So it was normal quality, apply. There was something else I changed here. Filter mode, bilinear, point no filter. Point no filter. Wait. I thought I knew what I was doing here. Okay, that says point no filter. I don't know. It looks fine the way it is. Let me like place one of these down. Oh right, we're gonna need to make a new prefab for this too. That guy's crazy with his chemistry experience. Yeah, I've heard about him. So this needs to also have no filter and then compression. I think just no filter is fine. I don't know. I think these might end up being a little bigger. Yeah, okay, that is not big enough at all. Jesus Christ. That thing is really tiny. Oh, right, you have to make this smaller. I think. Yeah, that's how you do it. Sorry, my bad. I've already forgotten how everything works around here. Let's try 64. Alright, let's try 50. Or no, 48 sounds like a more sensible number. Yeah, like that. I think 48 is totally fine. I think that's definitely, it's obvious of what the item is. Alright, so basically what this is gonna do, we need to basically take an asteroid and essentially copy the object. We're gonna copy the object and then replace the sprite. I don't believe you. Aluminum and gold alloys don't exist in Greg Tech. You know, like our multiplayer Greg Tech playthrough I had with Joel. It is just not working anymore. We could not get the multiplayer to work anymore, so we were very upset. All right, so where is the asteroid? Yeah, so here's the asteroid prefab. Can I copy this? Can I just copy the prefab? Re-import, exports. It's like I didn't want to make a prefab variant. I just wanted to make a new prefab in general. And like I'm thinking about like what this is gonna have. Alright, let me just make an entirely new object first. So this is going to be a... It exists in RL world. This is gonna be a shotgun pickup. So in this case, what it's gonna do, we need a sprite renderer. And what's gonna happen here is that we need to take scripts. I can never find anything in my own game. So put that here. Now in layer, we're gonna put this here on pickups, and that's honestly a pretty good size. You can see what this is. Greg Tech has every alloy in existence. It's like you can actually see what this is. So now what needs to happen is that it also needs to have a... It needs to have a collider. We'll make a box collider. Which is like, I think the collider's fine the way it is. It's a trigger. So basically, when it triggers, if the ship touches it, it disappears. And then, well... Actually, if the ship touches it, I think we make this, because it's supposed to be changing the behavior of the ship. So we should make it happen there. So I think, like, it just kind of needs a collider. But it's also a trigger. And then I guess we're going to need to give it a tag. So, add tag. So I guess, like, I gotta give it its own tag, don't I? Because we need to be sure which one it is. We need to know which specific pickup it is. But that seems kind of cumbersome if there's, like, a lot of different items in your game. I don't know, I guess, like, we'd have to get the object's name, I suppose. We can do that. You can totally do that as well. That would be the only way to do it, because like that, you are giving distinct names to all your objects, or like to all your different pickups. But I don't know. I don't want to rely on that. So I think like tag. So go with shotgun pickup. We're probably gonna need to add one for piercing pickup, and then we're also gonna need to add one for default pickup. Check the comments on the video you sent. I see now why this isn't in Greg Tech. Both a brittle and a poor conductor. All right, so let's start doing some scripting here. So we need to go into here. We need to go into pickups. There's bonus pickup, but then there's also going to be shotgun pickup. Now, unlike the... Okay, that's not what it needs to be. God damn it. It's... I don't really know why I made that. I don't know why I capitalized that. Shotgun pickup needs to just be lowercase. Alright, so we have an entirely new file. You guys have to get the amount of the alloy just right. So basically what I gotta do, I gotta take Asteroid Controller and essentially just steal its movement pattern. For now, I'm not going to do that. Well, okay, let me go into the ship controller for a second. If I go into the ship controller for a second here, if other dot tag equals shotgun pickup. Let me just make sure it's called shotgun pickup in the tags. Alright, shotgun pickup, yeah. So if it equals shotgun pickup, then what we want to do is we want to... You need to destroy that object. And then, I guess, like, what I want you to do then is debug.log. Picked up shotgun. And then we're gonna need to have some Boolean values that determine, like, which weapons it has. I don't know, you might be able to get away with, like, an enum or something. You could do that, too. So, Boolean... is wielding shotgun equals false. And then what's going to happen is that we want this to now become true. Alright, so I just want to see this happen. Once I see this happen, we'll be able to, like, copy this information over. Alright, so give it a try. Okay. Whoa. What was that? Also, like, collapse this. Okay, so it did pick it up. Something is wrong with the pea shooter. Line 63. Oh, the pea shooter also has a problem with this. Alright, that should be the end of any of the issues related to this. Yeah, that should be the end of any of the issues related to the enemies. Alright? The vid I sent you shows he had to dissolve a gold bar in acid, realign the gold dust and the mini gold partials. Jesus. I don't know, metalworking is wild, honestly, when you think about it. Alright, so that works. And then what I think should happen, we can now, like, get rid of these for now, because these don't matter anymore. And then, just to be absolutely sure, let me just, like, see what Boolean value this is afterwards. It should then equal true. And then, all of a sudden, he's firing, like, an entirely new gun. It's like magic. It's just like magic. Like, once I get the initial logic for this down, we can add whatever weapon we want. Yeah, it now says true. Also, put the Danny character floating in space. I don't know. If I feel like doing that, I could. Okay, so this now works. Now, this is obviously going to need to be copied over for the other tags. So, what needs to happen is that I need to once again verify what tags I have. So, there's piercing pickup and default pickup. So piercing and default. Obviously, it needs to do... When this is first established. Is wielding default equals true. And then what needs to happen is bool is wielding pierce is false. These values are initially false. So inside each of these if statements, we need to show, like, we need to do this. So this is default. So this is for the shotgun. So this needs to be true. Let's get rid of that. And then for piercing, we need to do the same, where this is set to true and this is set to false. And then for default pickup, this needs to be true, false. I also haven't made like a, pickup for the default bullet yet. I should probably do that. Well, that looks not so obvious. That just looks not obvious. I don't know, unless I made, like, the background. Unless I made the background look like that. Yeah, that'd be the only way to make it more obvious. I don't know. That's totally fine. I'm not gonna think about it too hard. I think that should be enough for A-Sprite. We should be at a point where we don't need those anymore. So if I look inside the sprites, we should see a default box that needs to get its compression removed. Honestly, what I'm curious about seeing, I might, like, actually, like, serialize these. Well, no, I know these work. I guess it's like, now all we need to do is just kind of give it like the same behavior as the asteroid. Yeah, so we need to duplicate this twice. So rename default box. And then we also need to rename this to piercing pickup. And under piercing pickup, we need to do piercing box. Yeah, these all look like really obvious, which is exactly what I'm looking for. Yeah, see, all these boxes like look distinct from each other. You can tell what it is. And it's like, if you don't want it, you can just let it pass by. So, speaking of which, I need to make sure that all three of these use the same script. Oh no, they don't even have the script applied to it yet. So there's shotgun pickup. I think, like, I've got one... I think I'll just make, like, a weapon pickup. Why is one more gray than the others? I probably should have made them different colors, but the thing was, when I made the white box, it wasn't obvious that the bullet was yellow. Like, putting yellow on white just didn't look good, so I had to make it an off-white, like a gray. I don't know, we'll make, like, a parent class. I would make them all different. I don't feel like changing it at this point. I don't feel like changing it at this point. Alright, so this is weapon. This is weapon pickup. So this is gonna be the parent class of the three, like, weapons. So all of them are gonna have the same, like, movement pattern. So let me crack open Asteroid Controller and just copy over the movement. There's also gonna be an integer that's keeping track of how many are on screen. And it's gonna, the spawner, it's like we might actually have to make a spawner for this again. We might actually have to make an item spawner for this. I don't know, because, like, the thing is, I don't want all three of them to spawn at the same time on screen. I want only one to be on screen at the same time, and I don't want it to be super common. So it's like, all of them are going to have a collective counter. Alright, so let's try this. So, we want to have... time to make a lock? Yeah, it's more like we can have a static integer called, like, item count or something. And if the item count is greater than a certain number, we just don't spawn anymore. You know what I mean? Like, it'll keep attempting to spawn one until, like, once it spawns one, it adds to the counter. It's like, this is set so we could theoretically set the number to whatever we want, but we're gonna have it be 1 by default. So when this thing like awakens, increment counter. You're gonna need these 4. And that's gonna need to be item count. And then we're also gonna need a trigger for when it touches the death plane. It's gonna need the same one. So path to direction. Well, I don't know. It's like you would have to apply this to the script. You have to apply this to the actual... You'd have to apply this to the actual, like, script that is being applied to the game object. We can't have it like this. So, like, I need to put this on the shotgun pickup and not the weapon pickup. Because, like, this file is not going to be applied to anybody. It's just going to be something that's in the background that they all derive from. So we need this. We're also going to get rid of that. Asteroid doesn't need that anymore. It's probably going to have somewhat the same speed. Yeah, I think like enemy controller now has like this. So there's a place where the speed is established, but it can be changed. Because all of them just kind of need to follow the same behavior. There's enemy speed, there's the random values here. It takes its spawn position too, which is also important. And then it takes the function of path to direction. I don't know, it's like I wanted to have a way to standardize the movement patterns that all of these enemies had, but it wasn't easy. I was like thinking of how to do it, and it's like you would have to instantiate like values within the function or locally. It would have to be something like that. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird to think about. I don't know. I think like when the next game we work on, I want to think about that a lot more. I want to think about something like that a lot more. Because like I think the next thing we work on will be something of the likes of a bullet hell again. But I want to try something like a different approach with it. Because it's like this was kind of like a training round to see what I could actually do with a concept like this. Or just to like prove to myself I could do it. So enemy speed, guide. It's like, what if I just moved this into here? And then there's spawn position, which is something that's stored outside of this. And when this starts, it's going to establish its spawn position. And then it's only going to do it once. We need to make sure it only does it once, and which is like the moment it spawns in. I don't know, I'm kind of learning from what I did with Asteroid Spawner, because maybe there's like a more interesting way to do it, and a way to maybe standardize this. What is this? You telling me another story here, Ash? I got some sort of message. I got some sort of chat request on Blue Sky. I saw that. Also, my phone is slightly wet. The hell was that? I think that might have been the grapes. God damn it. Oh, it didn't ruin the phone. The phone has a nice cover. It says flow guide. So this is where a guide is established when it's pathing to a direction. I didn't know if it was sheer or sheer. Yeah, I actually don't know either. Is it which is sheer like spelled the same way? Like when you use it in that context? I don't know. I don't remember. So here's path to direction. I don't know. It's like this. We don't do this here because it's not going to be put on anything. So static item count, this is the number that needs to be maintained. Sheer is the Minecraft tool. Just like the theirs. It's not just in Minecraft. Yeah, it's like the pickaxe from Minecraft. This is decrement counter. We have like path to direction, which is like, all of this is probably going to end up being protected variables. It's like store the spawn position. I don't think I need this. Okay, that's legal. I was like, can you do a protected static variable? You can. And then protected void path to direction. I want to say this has everything it needs. Or no, it's missing it's missing the enemy speed. Or like the item speed, the movement speed. What? Read it and respond? What, you open your eyes to a small blue system window, error 404. You wish to restart the system? So what, is this just like you're in a void and there's just a computer? Like this? I'm sitting in the dark and there's nothing. There's nothing here. I also lost my train of thought. God damn it. Oh, it was this. Yeah, so we need to make a new variable called item speed. And also the music stopped. There we go. I don't know. I don't like it when YouTube pauses the playlist like that. I don't know why they do that. Like, you want me to keep watching more shit through the playlist, so don't stop me. That seems so counterintuitive. I don't know, it might, maybe it's a failsafe for something. You know what I mean? Maybe it's a failsafe for something. I can kind of understand why you wouldn't want to leave a computer just playing videos on YouTube forever. I guess I can kind of understand that. What do you do? I didn't feel like playing. And like I guess like everyone will have the same speed. I don't know, let's go 30. Now what's gonna happen is that I need weapon. I need this to be a child of weapon pickup. I think we had this issue before. Let me see if it fixes itself. I have thought into this one. I don't know, you can tell me about it some other time. Like, you have my blue sky contact now. You can tell me whatever the fuck you want. Also, I need to change the tags. I'm gonna forget in 10 minutes. Then write it down. Then go write it down. You can't forget your stories and shit. Like, how do you ever continue your stories at that point if you just keep forgetting shit? If you don't bother to write it down. Alright, set those tags to be correct. Does that fix the issue here? For some reason, it doesn't have a problem. It has, like, a problem with this. I don't know, let's like restart it. Alright, that seemed to have fixed it. So I guess like when it starts. Transform dot position. The moment you spawn in, do that. And then do... Or no, it's path to direction. I don't know, this is something that... This is pretty close. This is already pretty close to what we want. in fact, wait, hold up. It's like, this is solely based on the tag. This is now solely based on the tag. So I'm like, what if I just have this one script that's already doing everything? Huh. I didn't think of it that way. I had an idea for a game. What is it? Or is it something that you don't feel like disclosing? Ash reminded me of something when he said he put thought into something. Sorry, I'm thinking about something. We also want this so the death plane doesn't trigger twice. We might not actually need to have protected values. Like, look, just like hear me out here. Let me just, like, apply this to, like, one of them. What's the issue here? Path to direction is inaccessible because it is not protected. Okay, actually, just get rid of this script for now. Like, get rid of the behavior that's inside this script for the time being. Okay, so let's see what happens if I just let this run. I'm going to turn off the spawners for the time being here. I just want to see the items function. Oh, okay. Is that because, like, the other... Let me check something. Yeah, I think that this thing needs a rigid body. So take that. Get rid of your gravity scale. Constraints, do not rotate. And then, I think, like, let me just make sure this matches the rigid body of pretty much everything else. Everybody's got mostly the same rigid body. Alright, so just play that. Because, like, this seems to already be working. Alright, there we go. Yeah, so theoretically I could just, like, attach this script to all three of these things. So we don't need that. We don't need that script. Automation game similar to Factorio or GregTech with some differences that I need to work out. Yeah, just make sure, like, when you make the game, Make sure you don't release it in early access and leave it in early access for 10 years. And then make sure it doesn't leave early access and then everybody forgets the game existed because it's too derivative of the more popular games you based it off of. I don't know. I think maybe in my own time I'll go play Planet Centauri because I am low-key kind of curious. Oh, right. I will need Death Plane. Where's the ship controller? What this needs to be. Give me other dot tag. Pick the default and then pick up piercing. Actually, we might not need this. Like that. All right, so in that case, I think we've got it working. We actually need to make a spawner. We actually need to go and make a spawner. It might behave a little differently. My first idea for making the game different is to have you stay in your base for a good chunk of the time, except when you go out on dangerous excursions for resources. Oh, so is there any, like, automation? Is there any, like, automation in it? I don't know, is there... Or, I guess, like, what is the automation progression like, then? Like, that's not inherently a bad idea. Where it's like, all of your factory work is done in one secluded area, but then you have to sometimes leave the area to go find stuff. Well, then again, when I say it like that, it does sound derivative of other factory building games. So I think I'm going to need to now make an item spawner. Well, like, let me make sure this is, like, correct. Yeah, see? So picked up shotgun, picked up piercing, picked up defaults. So that works as it should be. You would eventually be able to get those resources automatically, but the excursions would be the only way for a good chunk of time. Oh, okay. I guess that's fine. Everyone likes a good extraction game. Most people. I think these are ready to become prefabs. So there is shotgun pickup, there's default pickup, and then there's piercing pickup. And now we can get rid of these three. So now what needs to happen is that the spawner... We need to make a new object. So we need to make an item spawner. So pea shooter... It's gonna essentially have the same rules as these guys. So, item spawner. I had an idea where you would send out drones to scout, fight, or collect things outside. I think, like, you probably would get... Maybe you'll get points for picking these items up. I don't know. That could be fine. I'm not sure. I'm thinking of... I'll think about it. Here's an item spawner script. It's gonna essentially be treated like spawning an enemy anyway. Alright, so let me pull up the information. We go 0 days without working on anything spawner related. We're essentially going to copy this. The drones would be more capable as you progress, but would allow you to get more of the older resources than some of the newer ones. Yeah, it's like, you want to make sure it's not tedious. The last thing you want your factory game to be is just feels like busy work. I don't know. I think we're gonna... Is it just called Spawner? Yeah, it is. This thing is basically gonna copy the same things. Change all occurrences of the word dasher. And change it to item instead. This is the workflow to basically make one of these. And then obviously the scriptable object will need to be updated as well. And I guess it's like, it's gonna have to reference all three of the prefabs and just like pick a random one. I don't know, it's like, it'll probably just be completely random. I think like, maybe if you pick up the one that's like the same as yours, we'll use Super Mario rules. And you just like, you just get points. I think maybe that'll be fun. That could be fun. But then again, I was like, would that encourage people to just stay? I feel like, I want people to be willing to change the weapon they're using. I don't know. I think like certain levels might, some weapons might fare better than others on certain levels. I don't know. The game isn't deep enough for anything like that. The game isn't really deep enough for anything like that. I actually don't know the design behind automation games. I mean, the guy that made, that would incentivize switching weapons if you go for score only. I was like, so if you get points for picking up the same weapon, then it's just like you wouldn't change your weapon then. You would just keep one, and then you would just keep picking up the same one. So I think, like, I don't think I should do anything like that. Or maybe just picking up a weapon always gives you points. So it's like, if you really want to, that's fine as well. Yeah, when you say, like, I don't know the design behind automation games, I guess, like, I would say that the person who made Balatro, he didn't really know, like, anything about card games. He just kind of made one because he thought the idea sounded cool. And, like, now look, the roguelike community has changed forever. But to be fair, making a factory automation game is not easy. That is probably not easy to do. Alright, so I need to open up the scriptable object here. So inside the scriptable object, I need to then add... So we then need to change these values here. Which I want to say these values will always be the same. So max item count should be 1. And then let's do... Let's just do 10 for each side. This will never change. This should never change. It will always spawn one at a time. Also, this track I've got from Hi-Fi Rush. This track is like 7 minutes long. God damn. Good music, though. Very good music. Or it's like exactly the type of music I'd listen to. That's why I like the game so much. Oh, wait, I'm looking at the default bullet. That's the bullet itself. That's like the bullet logic. It's like, I think implementing the bullets won't be as difficult as implementing the items. But then again, because we did all the work with the enemies, it gives us all the groundwork to implement the items. The game wants me to build yet another gas turbine. So we're gonna need 3 objects here, honestly. I think it's gonna be like, we're gonna make a list, and it's just gonna randomly pick one from the list. We have shotgun pickup, we have default pickup, and then we have Pierce pickup. So we'll have 3 game objects that this is referring to. So inside of spawner, get components. So when this starts, it's like this is behavior. This file behaves like pretty differently. So I'm like thinking about how this is supposed to look. I was like, did I need this? So there is like a reset count function. Item enemy does not exist. It's like we no longer have this. Okay. Default pickup, Pierce pickup. Yeah, we'd have to get this from somewhere. Because it's not like there's not like one game object in here anymore. There's 3 of them. And like they all share like the same script. So they're all gonna share the same static integer. Also, is there a way to, like, just randomize the order of items in a list? Can you do that? Is it like a... I just want to make sure there isn't, like, some secret shuffle method. Yeah, shuffle items in Unity. And then use a function to generate a list of 100 integers. Okay, it doesn't sound like it. I don't know, I think we'll just call a random integer. We'll just call a random integer and do it that way. I guess it'll have the same, like, spawn increment as the enemies do. Oh, what the hell? See, I capitalized the pickup. The word pickup again. I just need to think about how this is meant to work. So when this spawner first instantiates, it resets the count that's found here. I don't know, I guess, like, it doesn't really matter which one it is. It doesn't matter which one it does. And then what needs to happen now? So list pickups. And then it needs to equal the following. Or no, it's not with curly braces. It's with brackets, I believe. Or not. Or no, you can't declare things. You can't declare things like that. Or no, you can't instantiate things here. And then you type that in. Maybe it is curly braces. Wait, what the hell? Am I crazy? Oh, wait, I guess, like, what I could do is just, establish a list of game objects. I could do that, too. Like that. Alright, so now what needs to happen, I think for now, we can get away with this. We can get away with doing that first. And that should always spawn whatever's, like, the first in the list. Alright, so now we need to insert the prefabs. So we'll put default in first. Or no, wait, this is for the... We honestly might even... We might not even need those. But I'll leave them there anyway. So default, we have shotgun, and then we have piercing. And then when this first begins, it should just configure the spawning from there. Let me just make sure. Yeah, it's already gonna do that. I don't know, I'm curious to see if this will work. So let's, like, turn off every other spawner. Let's turn off every other spawner and see if this works. It is a very low chance. You think it's too low? Valid user, welcome back. This game looks good so far. Okay, something's up. Something doesn't seem right. Hold on, let me replay that. Let me run that back. Something doesn't seem right there. So, what about set this to 100 so it will always try to spawn something at the top. Haven't been here for a while? Yeah, that's no big deal. Oh, right. It's like overriding what I want. What have I missed? So there's been like 6 streams worth of like Unity. I don't know how many of these you've seen, but basically we're implementing like items and weapons, like alternate weapons to the game. And these are the last 2 things I've wanted to add before I'd say this game is done. You can find this game on GitHub too. I'll even share like a build of the game on Discord for anybody that just wants to play it. Anybody that just wants to try it, we can immortalize it. I mean, I have a section on the Discord called Danny's Downloads. I'm gonna use it. Unlike everything else that's on this Discord that just doesn't get used. I'm gonna get, I've been sick. Oh, that sucks. Was anything like nasty, or was it just like a cold? Because like, I remember I had strep throat for like a week or so. Let's just say a meal. Where is... So pickups 0. Oh no, where's level SO? Yeah, just make it like that. Set it so it always spawns. Sucks. My throat hurt really bad, and then I got my first nosebleed ever. Dude, first ever? That's crazy. I've had nosebleeds like all the time. I have nosebleeds like all the time. All right, try this again. Oh, I also should acknowledge it. Yeah, maybe that's the problem. 1 second. Text element. It also needs a reference to the slider. It needs a reference to the slider, and then it also needs a reference to the ship. Because like if it spawned, it would have immediately crashed the game. If an item pickup was able to spawn, it would have immediately crashed the game. Okay, well that's cool and all. Why? Hold up, why is it doing that? There's supposed to be a max count. Ah, that's kind of odd. Item max count. Is it not incrementing the count? Where's my spawner? Where's my spawner class? Oh, right. I think upon conception, upon instantiation, it's supposed to add to the counter itself. Yeah, it's supposed to do that. That's the problem. So here in like the weapons pickup, I need to make sure that you're missing out on this. Sorry about that. So like it was bad. Sometimes it was black and goopy. That's a skill. That's a skill. Isn't his first time ever issue? Oh, that's a skill issue, isn't it? Okay. Well, dude, it sucks. Like bloody noses tend to suck. I don't know, I'm trying to think, like, what was my worst bloody nose? Alright, so increment counter. But then, like, upon death, decrement counter. That should make it so only one spawns at a time now. Blue, can you get rid of that? Oh, wait, no, blue went somewhere. I'm going to remove that myself. It's no big deal. Give it a try. So now only one should spawn at a time. Yeah, see? There's now only one. That's good. That's what we want. We only want one to spawn at a time. I don't mind it being just 10%. You need to work on this for 5 years and add Reddit humor, then someone tells you about the... Oh, I already know. I already know about that. You're a month late to the party on that one. Or you could be a pair of devs that develop your game in early access for 10 years. And then when you release it, all the people that wishlisted the game don't actually get a notification for the game because Steam decided to just bug out. You could be those guys too. And I shouldn't be laughing at that. I shouldn't be laughing at them. However, that game kind of sucks. That game kind of sucked. But it's like what happened. It's like the follow-up to that. Apparently the two devs, they were like, we can't financially continue. They apparently aren't financially stable enough to continue updating that game. So they were like, we're gonna go and move on and make another game. And I was like, I don't know if I see the logic in that. You know what I mean? It's like you spent 10 years working on this game, and then when you released it, Not only, it's not like their fault that Steam bugged out and their game like didn't reach the people that wishlisted it. Not that I feel like, I'm not sure how many people forget about games that are on their wish list. I don't know. I feel like if someone wishlists a game, they normally have to like, they're really waiting for it. They're counting the days until it comes out. I don't know. It's like, it depends. It's kind of weird. 2 hot dogs? That's a good meal right there. And like, also valid user. That guy was working on that for longer than 5 years. That guy was working on that for longer than 5 years. Make a sequel to this and keep adding stuff until you make your own version of Silksong. Yeah, I'll announce it next year. And then it's gonna take like 7 years for me to make something that was honestly surprisingly similar to what we already made. No, but with more frustrating game mechanics. Yeah, shit like that. I don't remember, why is that? What's going on there? Did I not save the data that's in here? Oh, wait, no. Let me check the scriptable objects. See, I've added so much shit to this game as that I stare at this file directory and I'm like, where is everything? It was there. It's on their levels. Oh, right. It's got a reset. Ah, fuck off. I mean, I know it works. We'll change it for the first level. I just want to guarantee that this works. Let me just guarantee that this works. I still wish you could end the screen via going into the void. So yeah, you see how it always, like, spawns one up top? I said, isn't it cool how it always spawns one up top? The fuck was that? Why? Stop doing that. How many planets are there? I don't know. There's like 2. There's like 2 in the background. But like, if you notice the project on the left, it's actually the same background that just keeps cycling over and over. Why is that happening? I'm noticing it should always be trying to spawn one up top. So levels.count, pickups 0, weapon pickup is less than item max count. Which is established there and it's brought over from there. Which right now, currently, it's just 1. I don't think we need this anymore, by the way. We don't need that. You canonically going out or in the solar system? I don't know. You're just traveling through it. Item counts. That seems correct. Oh, yeah, okay, that's totally fair. Damn it. So the problem is that it needs to know when the ship touches it. So if other tag equals ship. I think that's the problem. It needs to, it's like, basically the counter does decrement if it touches the death plane. So basically if the player never touched the item, it leaves the screen and dies. But it needs something for when the player actually picks it up. And I guess like we're gonna need ship plane trigger. Cat Lover, you're ending it? This will probably be the last time we work on this game. I want to say the last things I want to add to this game, I could do it in this stream, Cat Lover. Let me just copy this. So we have a ship trigger. Also, let me just verify that the tag is called ship. I want to say it is. Never mind, it's called player. Damn it. Alright, so that should fix the issues we were watching. I'm watching a 45-minute episode of the series, and what series would that be? Is there anything I would know? You know, as a man who watches little to no TV, or like any streaming services, because I normally don't care about that kind of stuff. Spawners, where was the thing I was looking for? All right, show me that this works. All right, see, that's starting to make a little more sense. That's making a lot more sense. Minecraft Movie 2 has been announced? What? Is it called another Minecraft movie? Like, just why? I don't know. It's like the other one came out. Apparently, people were like, it wasn't that bad. But it's just like, I look at that movie and I'm like, I don't think I'd be able to stare at this movie. I don't think, it's like this movie just physically hurts me when I stare at it. That movie is psychic damage. It's coming in 2027. I don't know. I guess like they can do whatever the fuck they want if they can have everything happen in like a blue room and all the actors just stand around in like the middle in like a blue void. Then they could just like VFX around it. Yeah, movies have never been easier to make, I suppose. Yet they have like ludicrously large budgets. So now all I gotta do is randomize this. We'll call it selected item. We'll establish a variable called int. We will establish it somewhere up here. So instantiate, not instantiate. I get that word mixed up because they're not like, you can't use those words interchangeably. There's a difference between declaring a variable and instantiating a variable. And maybe I'm talking out of my ass, but this is declaring. Instantiating is when you actually give a value to it. For now, we're just declaring it. So random.range. I need it to be between 0 and... what's it called? It's called pickups.count. Yeah, be something like that. I believe that's all it would take. So now we can have random items just kind of spawn. All right. Give it a try. Give it a try and see what will happen. All right, so this is the default. There's the default. There's the default. I finished my 2 hot dogs. There's another default. And now I'm very sure this is not working. Why is this not working? There's definitely something wrong here. Give me the item spawner. So there's default pickup, there's shotgun pickup. He's too stupid to understand. Alright, here's what we're gonna try. I wonder if that has anything to do with it. I don't know why that would be the issue. But I don't know, when it's normally something really, really tiny. Okay, that still doesn't seem to be working. Alright, I want to know what this is. I want to see what number this ends up being. Like, is this number just always 0 for some reason? No. It's definitely picking... Other values. Why? What is the issue here? Oh, there it is. You gotta change that one too. You gotta change that value too. Whoops. I think that was the issue. I think we caught it. Alright, so this should start to make a little more sense. I think. Yeah, see? There it is. Yeah, we're now seeing new items. Alright, perfect. So now we need to actually make the items do things, which we've already established on the ship. So, here's the thing. What we now need to do... Did these things have tags? No, these didn't. What we now have to do is we now need to make new bullets. So there's, what's it called? So there's gonna be a piercing bullet, and then there's going to be a... What's it called? Oh, shit, I didn't make the upgrades either. So you can make, like, there's, like, alternate, there's alternate weapons, but then you can, like, upgrade, like, you can, like, upgrade yourself, or level up, or something like that. It's, like, for each one you pick up, it just makes the current gun you're using better. Which, it's, like, it'll apply to all the weapons you use. So, like, you should always make sure you pick it up. I don't know, maybe I should make, like, maybe I should make it, like, a drop from an enemy. Not sure. Yeah, I'm just, like, thinking about how this bullet looks. There's, like, bullet velocity, bullet distance. Alright, we don't need that anymore. Like, everything is spawning as correctly as it should be. However, what I should do is that I should go inside here. And I think I'm going to reduce the chance of this. Like, it seemed like it was happening too often. Despite the numbers seeming to be really low. So we'll just go with, like, 5. Alright, so weapon pickup, I want to say this now officially works. Yeah, just handle that. Dasher spawner, I think we don't need this appearing anymore. I don't know, theoretically, what I could do is that inside the item spawner, I could also add... I guess, like, I don't need... I could do this to reduce any redundancy. I guess, like, I can add the upgrades to this. I can add the upgrades to this list. Because they're also items. And all I would need to do is just, like, increase that counter. I don't know, let me whip up an A-Sprite. I'd have to think about what this would look like. Like, what would I imagine an upgrade item would look like? I don't know, I might even make it, like, resemble the score. The score item. Maybe it's something that it could be something that the enemies drop. Yeah, I think that'd be better. It's, like, better incentive to kill enemies. So I'm going to do something slightly derivative, and I'm going to go into the sprites, and I'm going to pull out this item, the bonus item. Alright, so what we'll end up doing let's make that. We'll do something like that, and then we'll also make the item like slightly bigger. I don't know, it's like a strange green. Yeah, be something like this. So we'll do upgrade PNG. This will be like another thing that they have a chance at dropping. So now I need to kind of copy the behavior of the bonus item. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. So inside the prefabs, we want to take this thing. And it's basically got the same, behavior. Also notice this thing doesn't actually have a tag. I find that kind of interesting. Okay. I'm just getting a feel for what this is supposed to be like. How about this? So this is an upgrade. We're going to need to add a tag specifically for this. Or I could add a trigger that changes like the upgrade level there. Like in the script. I could do that too, but I don't know if that'd be confusing. I'm not sure if that'd be confusing for someone else. You see what I mean? It's like you have a lot of choices on where to make things happen. You have a lot of choices. And it's like, if you're not consistent with it, you can make a rather confusingly coded game. So you have to set some like rules from the very beginning when you start developing. Because otherwise things might look confusing later when you come back to the code base. So yeah, I do like that that's also like bigger, which like I don't mind. And I don't know, I'll just give it like the same behavior. However, this will rotate twice as fast. And then what I need to do is... So this guy's also going to have a script. Well, I guess like that's the problem when this thing has a script. I don't know, maybe it can't use the same script. It would have to use like a slightly different script. Because it behaves differently when it's picked up. I don't know, maybe there's a better way to do this. So So when this is picked up by the player, it's going to set the star score. Yeah, I guess like it'll increase the multiplier. And disappear. There's a variable in there that for some reason is not supposed to exist. Just get rid of that. I don't know, this is an interesting one. You have like a... Yeah, that's weird. Unless, like, I get it to check itself. You know what I mean? I could get it to check itself. Like, how about this? This is like a weird situation, but what about this? We would have to give this a tag. So if the player and the tag is upgrade, we do the same item sound. Let's set this to like, let's do 5. Let's do 5 for now, because the pickup will actually like add stuff. It'll add stuff, but then it'll also upgrade the ship, so you want to pick that up. You must pick it up. And then we'll see if we can we'll see if it'll differentiate them. Let's see if it'll do it. Like, first what we gotta do, we need to make new tags for bonus and upgrade. I don't know, I wonder how many, like, Unity games, like, how many tags, like, a game could have. This just seems to be the easiest way to do this. Alright, and that should change it for this guy. Yeah. Alright, so I just want to see what the hell it's doing here. There's bonus. What the fuck just happened there? Oh, right, it's also got a timer. Oh, right, the upgrade doesn't have a collider. Alright. Give it a try. Give it another try. There's upgrade, and then bonus. All right, perfect. That's awesome. So it can self-identify. It's good to be able to self-identify. All right, to turn that into a prefab. Oh, also I should see that it upgrades the multiplier correctly. It does. All right, perfect. So now what it's got to do is that in the ship, it now needs, like, a level. And I think I'm going to have to add this to the UI as well. So power level. When the game begins, the power level will equal 0. But I honestly think just the declaration is enough. But I'll do it. I'll just do it, like, I'll hard code it in anyway. Like that. What is the problem here? mean, it is used. Private member can be removed as the value assigned to it is never read. Oh, I guess, like... That's a weird way to say that. That would create an error if... No, I'm just... I'm gonna follow my own judgment here. I don't agree with this statement. I disagree with what the computer is telling me. Alright, so now it needs to check. So if it picks up an upgrade or a bonus... Or no, I guess like the bonus pickup can do this. Which, I don't know, is that confusing? Public in power level. I don't know, is that confusing to do it that way? So public void increase power, and then power level plus equals 1. So this value will need to be read somewhere too. So we'll need to get a reference to the ship here. Well, either that or it has to just touch the... It might be better to do it here. So before the object is destroyed, you want to turn the music back on. Find first object by, or find any object, not any object. We want to find first object. By type. And then this needs to be ship controller. And then ship dot increase power. And then this also needs to only be done, this doesn't need to be done in the bonus. It needs to be done down here. Like that. I guess, like, we should also... How about, like, inside increase power? Inside increase power, let's, type this out. Like so. Give it a try. I don't know, I think this is good progress. It's like when I get in a good groove, I can actually, like, get a lot done. Alright, so now it's 1. And then that's a bonus. Oh no, did I not actually collect it? What happened there? There's a bonus, and then 1. And then let's also... Let's like put another one of these down. Yeah, see, now it's 2. I think, like, we want the power level to start at 1, because just so it makes sense. And then, of course, when the scene is reset, the power level is set back to 1, so that's not that big of a deal. That's just, like, to be absolutely sure it does. Let's go for less. Because we don't want it to ever be, like, above somehow. I don't know how that could happen, but you never know. I don't actually know how that could happen. So now we need a way... So now this is where we have to start thinking about how the bullets are instantiated. It's like, I honestly think we can get away with just recoloring the bullet in Unity, and we don't need to make new sprites for it. That's what I'm thinking. How do we, so like, do fire. So this is how we instantiate a bullet like this. Transformed out rotation. I'm like thinking, like, do you need to actually make an entirely new bullet class, or you can just modify how this is instantiated? It's not like it's terribly... Well, no. The bullet also needs to have, like, a piercing setting. Change that to bullet. I honestly think we could get away with renaming this. Yeah, it's like the settings could honestly just be like, oh, it changes the bullet distance. And like maybe the bullet velocity could be faster too, dependent in like certain dependencies. Yeah, it's like there could be actually a pretty simple way to do this. You don't need to actually have an entire class of this, but like for this game specifically. I'm just gonna rename this to Bullet if nobody minds. I hope no one here objects, okay? Now, what could happen? I'm not sure why it's saying that this is unnecessary. Is that true? I don't know, it's like, I've always believed that you had to have that there. Not really sure why it's saying that I'm allowed to take it away. I guess there's certain things that affect that. So, bullet velocity is 120 for, like, default speed. So, it needs to know, like, the ship's, upgrade level. It needs to know the ship's power level, and it also needs to know the ship's, like, status. Alright, pea shooter bullet doesn't need to be here. I think the bonus pickup now works the way it should. It increases the power level the way it should. Chaser controller not needed. Items are spawning as they should. So, private member. There's cooldown duration. This is how long it takes before it can fire another bullet. Bullet has traveled, destroy game object. Oh, Jesus. Okay. I'm like thinking about this where it's like, there's logic for every enemy in the game for like when a player projectile runs into it, it destroys it and destroys itself. Destroy other .game object. If you want to implement piercing, the bullet needs to be the one that's checking the collision. Damn it. So you'd have to like redo the trigger for the enemies. So when like the bullet hits, Wait, actually, hold up. Could you not, like, put all of this logic into the fucking, I feel like these two pieces of logic, you can take this out. Well, no, you would need a reference. You would need a reference to the enemy you're killing. So no, that has to be there. Because how would it decrement the enemy count if it's not, if the trigger isn't checked here? I don't know if there could be like, we have like two triggers checking each other. That sounds like what's gonna have to happen. So like the bullet is gonna have to keep track of like the enemies it's killed or something like that. Which would be kind of weird. I don't know, I think like maybe the... what are the two? So we have like one for piercing and the default one is just like when you upgrade it just shoots faster. That's really it. I don't know, I guess like what we could do is just make it just travels farther. Yeah, actually, let's do it that way. That'd probably be way easier to handle. It's like, it doesn't destroy itself when it hits enemies, unless it's an asteroid, obviously. Because asteroids are indestructible forces of nature. I think that makes a little more sense to me, you know? Oh, shit. I think this fucking lied to me. Yeah, why? It fucking lied to me. It said you don't need that, but apparently when I ran it on Unity, you need it. Alright, so here's what needs to happen then. Let me take a look at our upgrades here. So there's piercing, there's shotgun. I think shotgun might be the hardest to implement. I think like we'll start with implementing the upgrade for the default pickup, which I think it should just, when you pick up that item, it just makes it so the bullet velocity is like, oh wait, I guess you'd have to account for when you change weapons. You have to account for that too. Huh, that's interesting. So like maybe you would have to have different types of bullets. Yeah, I guess you would. Yeah, I might rename this back to default bullet. Alright, so in that case, what needs to happen? Call this default bullet. So we need to make, like, we have to make entirely new bullets here. However, I'm confident we would need to make, like, a new bullet class. Just, like, take this entire library like this. So bullet, we need the speed it travels, and then the distance it's going to cover. And then we also need the position for where it spawns. So like, this is going to be needed for like the sound effect. Bullet has traveled. If bullet has travel, do that. This trigger will need to be on all the bullets, honestly. Like, I don't think you can do that. I don't think you can have a trigger on a parent, and that trigger applies to the children who are attached to objects with colliders. I'm not sure if that's how that works. I guess that's something I'd have to try. Just move like that. And then here under default bullet, you're gonna need to call the behavior of this. Not sure why it's not whining about anything. That's kind of weird. I don't know. Normally it updates when I go back to Unity. Its spawn position is also maintained. So just do something like that. And like, we'll see if this still works. I'll need the sound to be on for this. I want to make sure it works. Oh. Okay. That could be an issue. So then the ship, what is the ship instantiating now then? I don't know. It's like every time I try to standardize something, it just like breaks. It breaks shit. So transform.translate. Do movement. Not really sure why that's a problem. Private member is unused. That's not true. I think this is the problem. I'll try that again. Yeah, it's like, it's instantiating it, but the movement, it's got a problem with the movement. Bullet has traveled, destroy game object, and then otherwise it's going to keep moving forward. I don't know, it's like, that doesn't seem like that should be a problem. Yeah, see, the bullet isn't moving anymore. Spawn position. So upon existence, it takes the spawn position, which seems to, like, look correct. Do movement. Transform.translate. Bullet velocity times time.delta time. I don't know, just bring this back. I want to see if, like, this is the... if, like, this still works. It's like, it's never easy, is it? There's always something that goes wrong that makes me be like, huh, I've never seen that before. Why is that happening? What? Why is the bullet no longer moving? Did something change about the bullet? Oh, shit. Yeah, it lost the script that was assigned to it. That was why it wasn't doing anything anymore. This is the default bullet behavior. Lock this. Yeah, and then you're gonna derive all your behavior from the other class. So try that again. There we go, it's working again. So yeah, here's the movement. And for the default bullet, I bet what you can do you should just be able to, like, override it. You should probably be able to override whatever the parent class says. That's what the children are allowed to do. That's the beauty of inheritance. So this should make the distance short. I just wanted to confirm it worked this way. Yeah, see? Yeah, I just want to take these values. So distance. Oh no, I'm thinking like, what's the math behind like the power level here? Okay. Because like this bullet is also gonna need the ship's power level. I don't know, should I just make that a public method? I don't know, I think that would just make it easier for everybody. Just do that. When you reference the class, you can now just use the method. So default bullet distance. So I don't know. This is at the point where I'm like inclined to just nerf this. So I'm thinking like power level. I guess like when the bullet is instantiated, what needs to happen is that it needs to like calculate like the bullet power. This is where the magic happens, all right? So what's gonna happen is that we need to get a reference to the ship. Well, I guess like let's just do int find first object by type ship controller dot get, or no, dot get power level. That should return an integer. I think like we might need to do a switch statement here. Did I ever preserve a switch statement in a previous thing? I did. So switch. We need to do it for ship power. I just let me pull this out for reference. So case 1, 2, 3, and break. Okay, that's a simple process. That's all it is. That's all a switch statement is. So there's only gonna be 2 and 3. These are the only cases that need to exist. So based on the ship power, the bullet distance. Bullet distance equals 30. Bullet velocity equals so like the thing is what I want to do. I have not removed that from the playlist. I've not removed that music from the playlist. I gotta remove that music because for some reason there's an entire minute of silence. I don't know why. Okay, so 30F times like the power level. So what is this? This is like the default base power of the bullet. So it's like I'd have to override it with my own value. Or do I? It's like every bullet has a velocity of 120 and then it travels 60. Well, yeah, so let's say for the default bullet, I think it's like it should retain this. It should just retain these values. Like that. So 120F and then 60F. I don't know, at that point, it's like, it's not going to be the same every time, so I probably don't even need to, like, establish the values in the first place. So let's say, like, this is where we establish where the, like, the bullet's velocity and the bullet's distance it travels. So in this case, if we're working with the standard bullet, its power level is going to increase the speed of the bullet. That's all it's going to do. So I guess, like, we don't need this. So bullet velocity times equals 1 point, just 1. And then there'll be like 1.5 and then like 2 or something. Yeah, it'd be something like this. Like, I think every function is gonna have calculate bullet power. Every child of the bullet class is gonna have their own version of this function. Because, like, what's gonna happen in this switch statement is gonna be different for all of them. So in, like, the other case... Well, okay, the shotgun one is gonna be kind of interesting. The shotgun one is gonna be kind of interesting. Because, honestly, I think the shotgun one is just gonna be, like, fire more of them. Fire more around yourself. In the ship controller, where do we fire the bullet? Yeah, this is where you do the rotation. This is where you do the firing. Instantiate the bullet. Cooldown increment. Time.delta time. You know what? I just kind of noticed the fire rate isn't going to change. It's just going to change the bullet's velocity. I guess that is kind of problematic. It's like the cooldown for when the bullet can be fired again. It needs to be calculated inside the bullet itself, it sounds like. That's interesting. There might need to be a day 8. There might have to be a day 8 for this. Which, like, I don't know. There shouldn't be that long of a gap in time in that case. Because I don't know if I'd be able to get all this done in one stream. Get access, fire 1. I need to sneeze. This is where the bullet is instantiated. Yeah, that's interesting. Instantiate bullets. Transform position, transform rotation. Huh. I don't know, it's like, I can kind of imagine that when the bullet awakens itself, it can, like, it needs to do a spread. There needs to be, like, a function called spread, where it just instantiates more copies of itself. Or something like that. Yeah, actually, it would just have to take its spawn position, and then just, like, instantiate more bullets from that spawn position. Yeah, you don't need to do that from the ship. I don't know, it just makes more sense to do all this behavior from the bullet itself. I realized I misnamed that. My bad. I also think I'm gonna have to, like, go back and reinstall the script. Yeah, it's missing the script. Again. Alright, so this won't be as much like groundwork as I thought it would need. Oh yeah, but the cooldown is kind of yeah, the cooldown is something that needs to be moved to the bullet itself. So we'll need a protected variable called cooldown increment. We have to take it away from here. Oh wait, that time can't pass. Oh wait, no, because like we have this. The script would have to be applied elsewhere. Huh. That is so weird. That is a weird situation. Unless they got like a reference to this. Yeah, it's like it would have to get the cooldown increment of it of this as well to increase like the fire rate. And then it would also have to reset it to its default value. Yeah, wow, okay, doing fire rate is kind of difficult. I wasn't expecting the fire rate one to be as difficult, to be like the difficult one to work with. Cooldown duration, it's 0.5 F. Float cooldown increments. Float cooldown increments. Get power level. Yeah, sorry. It's like that's a difficult one. Cooldown increments. You'd have to have like some sort of universal timer somewhere. Because you can't have this. It'd have to be like a static value. Or a way to check how many bullets are on the screen. But like that also doesn't sound like, that also didn't sound good either. So cooldown duration equals 0.5. It's either that or I just do something else. I could make the bullet bigger. But like, I don't know, that doesn't seem... I mean, like, to be fair, a bigger bullet would mean that it would hit, it could hit multiple enemies. That could actually be an interesting idea. I might like that more. I don't know, what if we do like... How do you increase the size of the bullet? So it's like transform times scale, I guess? Like, bigger bullets. Like, we saw earlier in game development where... We saw earlier in, like, making this, where it was like the bullet would sometimes touch two enemies on the same frame and kill them both. So I was like, okay, let's make that a feature. So let's, like, have the default bullet increase in size. Alright, so just, give me some upgrades. Well, that seems odd. Game object on transform. Oh, right. Oh, shit. That is like a static value you'd have to change among all the bullets. Oh, what the hell? Yeah, it's because, like, the bullet would be bigger, but only while it exists. Like, every bullet that's reinstantiated just doesn't have the same scale. I mean, it would also help if I actually fucking calculated the bullet power. Maybe it would also help if I just implemented the function. Yeah, so the moment it's away, calculate your bullet power and then set the object to be like a certain scale. Okay, now we're thinking. Now the brain has been turned on. Yeah, see, now the bullets are bigger. I don't know, I think we can make them bigger than that. But let's do 2, and then let's do like 4 or something. Oh no, let's just do 3, because like it's stacking. So technically, if you have all the upgrades, it multiplies the size times 6. Yeah, see, look at them big boys. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think we can work with that. All right, so that's the big bullet implemented. It already works the way it needs to. All right, so now what needs to be implemented is the... What do I want to do next? Piercing or shotgun? Also, is the bullet destroyed here? I think it's destroyed after a certain distance. Yeah, it's like you'd have to overrule the bullet's like default behavior. Not to mention, also, does every bullet fall into a player projectile? Well, that, like, makes things a little more complicated. I don't know, it's like, I have to think about tags and, like, how everything's structured. I guess, like, as long as it's structured in a way that's organized, and you can always, like, come back to and understand what's being done here, I guess, like, anything works. Anything goes. I don't know, it's like, it's weird. It is strange. Oh, let's not think about the piercing one. So the shotgun one will be kind of interesting. Actually, yeah, both of these are going to be kind of weird to implement. Because you have to find ways. The bullet being able to destroy the enemy needs to be done in the bullet class itself. That's what I'm saying. I'm also not entirely sure if we're planning on what type of bullet we're planning on using. Okay, can I like color that? Yeah, you can recolor the bullets. Like, I don't need to bring this back into A-Sprite to recolor it. So I don't know. We'll probably have to make like prefab variants or something. Asteroid. I might have to go through like every single enemy class. Except the asteroid. The asteroid just destroys every bullet, no matter what. So if it runs into an asteroid, obviously it dies. Runs into a death plane, obviously it dies. So it runs into a player projectile, it dies. And then it also destroys the other game object. I don't know, I guess like the easiest solution is that there has to be like two different bullets that are tagged differently. We need to like change how projectiles are tagged. I don't particularly like that solution, but I feel like that's the best way to do it with what we have right now. So there's a player projectile, and then there's like a piercing projectile. I don't know, I might go with like the shotgun first. So let's go shotgun bullets. So I need a new script that does that. We'll need a new object called shotgun bullet. And then this one's gonna have like kind of the similar rules here. So we'll have that, and then on the layers, it's going to be projectiles. Change its color to red. Let's go orange. Yeah, that's what the shotgun bullet is gonna look like. So it'll be something like that. So inside the shotgun bullet class, what I want to do is something similar to the default bullet. To make it the son of this this class. Alright. What's happening? I'm implementing the bullets now. So let's just copy this behavior over first. So what changes instead in calculate bullet power? We need to now figure out, we want to spawn more bullets. Which it's like, it's kind of weird to have like something instantiating itself. That seems really weird and also really dangerous. That seems really weird and really dangerous. To have a bullet that spawns and then it instantiates more of itself. That doesn't sound like something we should do. Because like, okay, it's like, but adding these bullet upgrades, I didn't realize how big of a problem it would be because of how ship controller and bullet like behave. And like the features, there's certain parts of ship controller that I need to use, but they need to be used inside the bullet, and then like the other way around. It's so weird. It is really weird because there's a place where we instantiate the bullet itself. How do I explain this? It's more like I'm not sure where to do things. It's like I see like, oh, how do I fully determine the behavior of the bullet? Where it's like, I could see a way of just, for the shotgun, I could instantiate 3 bullets and then just adjust the rotation for like 2 of them. And that basically makes a shotgun. I could do that here. Oh, wait a minute. I kind of forgot I had these. So instantiate bullet, where is bullet? Oh, right! So now that we have 3 different bullet objects, we can determine that there too. Wait, never mind. What the fuck am I, what the fuck was I saying? Okay, that changes things. It's like, I don't know. I forgot how I coded this, and I literally just coded this an hour ago. This is where the bullet's power is calculated. Then it does its movement. Which is like pretty generic because all the bullets kind of move the same. They have like, they don't curve or anything. Danny has a revelation. So here in the ship controller, do firing, do rotate. So it has to happen here. So I guess like there'll need to be like different functions. So do default fire. And this fires the default bullet. I might add the piercing bullet now. So shotgun bullet. Piercing seems a little interesting to implement. Unless all the enemies die in 1 hit. At the moment, yes, all the enemies die in 1 hit. So what I was thinking was that basically the bullet, the piercing bullet doesn't get destroyed when it hits an enemy. It only gets destroyed when it travels a certain distance or gets hit by an asteroid. So then when you upgrade the bullet, it increases the distance it travels. That's what I was thinking of doing instead. I thought that might be easier to implement. I thought that might be easier to implement than just count how many enemies it's killed. I don't know. Like the original way that we'd imagine it would work, it's something like you'd have to count how many enemies it has killed, which seems harder to do. Which seems like a bit, like, trickier to do. Or, like, I don't know. I just don't know. It's like the bigger the code base becomes, when I want to implement something, sometimes I'm just, like, unsure where I want to put something. And I'm just, like... And then later in development, I just discover, like, oh, shit, maybe if I want to do this, that's not supposed to be there then. We'd have to do this here. And I'm just like, wow, there is so much that happens here. And I'm honestly very glad that this is the first, like, game I've worked on. Like, I'm glad we didn't jump in with the game that I was, like, thinking of making. That might come after this. Like, where I, like, kind of prototype something like that. I don't know if there'll be, like, a fully tangible game in Season 2 of this. It'll be more like a proof of concept of something I wanted to make. I don't know, the thing about, so, like, the reason, I guess, fuck, how do I explain it? The piercing bullet, basically, it's reliant on collision. That's kind of the challenge that comes behind the piercing bullet. Because all the enemies have a trigger that determines, like, if they have been touched by a bullet. I think, like, the easiest way to approach it is that we'd have to give the piercing bullet its own tag. Which it's like, I don't know if that's good practice or not. I don't know if it's good practice or not to have that many tags. Like, I don't know. Like, when I look at this, when I look at this. Because that seems to be the easiest way where I can, like, differentiate who's touching what. That seems to be the easiest way to differentiate it. By just, like, creating a tag specifically for that enemy and just, like, marking it. That just seemed to be the easiest way to do it, and it was the way I was originally taught how to, like, deal with, like, collision from different things. I don't know. But anyway. So here in, like, the ship controller. So if is wielding default. So do default fire, and then, like, if is wielding shotgun, do shotgun fire. And then we'll need to, obviously make this method. Okay. For now, they behave the same way. So instantiate, I want you to instantiate the shotgun bullet instead. Now, something interesting is that for the default bullet, I want it to fire faster based on how many upgrades you have. So it's something like, now that I'm like working with this here, for default fire, I'm thinking like, what if we just make the duration like divided by a certain number? Like, let's say like, this might be like a little overpowered, but 1 divided the power level. 1 time. So like, let's say it's like that. So for now, if the power level is 1, that means the duration's gonna stay the same. This is so we don't need to actually change the duration. We don't need to like actively change the duration all the time. This is how we're gonna do rate of fire. This is how we're gonna increase the rate of fire. So basically, every time I pick up like a power upgrade, it increases this by 1. So then all of a sudden, oh, the cooldown duration. Wait. That doesn't do what I think it does. So, like, here's the thing. Oh, yeah, that's a... 1 second. Let me think how this would work. It's not that simple. Because, like, it would be... It's like... It would actually get weaker. You would actually get weaker. The duration would actually get, like, increase if you went to 1/3. You know what I mean? So, because it would be first multiplying it by 1/2, then by 1/3. I need to do the opposite. Oh, man. It's, like, inversely proportionate. I don't know. Maybe it's, like... What's the cooldown duration right now? They're just time... Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I was like, I don't know how this would change things if I just did times power level. Like the cooldown increment. Or actually, no. Because like... We would be making this number bigger. We don't want to make that number bigger. That's literally the same thing. Shit. I know this number here is increasing based on delta time. No, actually, this does make more sense. I think this does make more sense. Because, like, the rate of this thing increasing will then be doubled and then be tripled. Like, it doesn't make sense to multiply by 1/2 or 1/3 on this side, if that makes sense. Like, let me explain, like, the logic of what I thought this was gonna do at first. Like, I thought, like, oh, we could make, like, the cooldown duration, like, shorter by doing this. However, if the power level starts at 1, then it increases to 2, which, that sounds right. It cuts the cooldown duration in half. But then when you get to 1/3, that's cutting it down by 1/3, which is not as much as 1/2, so that doesn't make any sense to do it that way. So, like, the opposite way does make sense. Like, it's the exact same inequality. However, this makes more sense in the context of power level. Where it's like, each time power level increases, that means this number is increasing faster. This product is increasing faster. That's what I want. That makes more sense since power level is increasing. You know, long-winded. I think we arrived at the same conclusion. So with cooldown increment times power level. Yeah, makes sense to me. Yeah, I don't know how I want to directly implement that yet. I'll figure that out in a second. Enemies are currently off because I know they're gonna kill the enemy. I know these bullets work. Whoa. Oh, right. I need to reestablish all that. So we need to reestablish what these are. So we have default bullet, and then we have shotgun bullet, which is now going to become a prefab. Once it gets collision. I think that's all it needs. So Capsule Collider 2D, and then what needs to happen is trigger, and then add that to this. Yeah, luckily we can use the same sprite, and then we can just recolor it. We can just, like, recolor it in Unity. That is definitely faster. But yeah, one thing I noticed is that the bullet, it was like, I at first was like, oh, what if we made the bullet bigger? I was like, ooh, what if we made the bullet bigger too? I was thinking of that as well. I don't know, it just feels weird to calculate the bullet power in 2 different places. I might not need this. I might not need this, actually. I don't know. I guess it, like, it just depends. It just depends. That's such like a mess. That is such a mess. Huh. Also, I'm curious to see if this will work. Let me make sure I understand. I don't think you can... Is it that simple? Wait, 1 second. Rotation... I was like, it's not like that, right? No, you can't do that. Yeah, it's a quaternion. Okay, so you can't do that. Which is unfortunate. I'm like, how... It's like, I need them to go off in, like, certain angles. Based on where the original bullet fires. It's transformed out position. It's like, how would you get it to go out at an angle? Change the Z rotation only? Yeah, I'm just like looking at what I did down here. So transformed out rotation, Euler 0F, 0F, angle degrees. Quaternion. Just change the Z rotation. It's like you can't change Euler angles. Oh wait, no, there is an X, Y, and Z. Yeah, don't modify this directly unless you know them inside out. So I'm just like thinking how to do this. So what I would need... Transform.rotation.x. It would be something like that. You got a better version of what I was thinking? It would be something like this. I don't know. This I don't know. Maybe that'll work. Let's see. Let's just get rid of this because we know oh shit. We know how this thing works by default. One thing I also wanted to adjust. I wanted to make sure. Let me just serialize these fields. So I can like just control them. I can just like control them from the engine. So currently it's wielding the default gun. It's... Oh, that's... Oh, wait, shit. I think I know what's wrong. These are not meant to be 0. I think we should just copy the rotation directly as far as I can tell. I think. I want to say maybe that's the problem. I was like... That's why I thought it was ugly. I was like, I think these have to match too. Also, I noticed the bullets were also just getting bigger, but I think that's because I need to change how that works. How the power is calculated. Okay, no, that's not what it is. It's something else. So transform dot rotation. Never mind. I don't know. I guess it didn't matter if these were 0. I don't think it actually matters. I think these can stay at 0. So this one seems to be fine. As also, the playlist is now at the end. We've been streaming for a while, I guess. Shock and bullet position. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's still just specifically shooting upward. Should I put in the X and Y's back? I would assume it would just copy the bullet. I would assume they would all just fire on top of each other. I'm under the assumption they're just gonna fire on top of each other. Oh. What the heck? How the... So shock and bullet transform rotation set active. What is it? I'm not seeing it. It should be a vector 3. I'm not entirely sure I understand. Because, like, this line of code, I believe, is working. Like, this is what fires the... This is what we used in the first place. Quaternions take coordinates. Well, I think, like, you could pass a vector 3 into a quaternion Euler. I think you could do that. I don't know, let me, like... Oh, shit. Yeah, see? It would let you do... It would let you do that. It doesn't need quaternions at all. I'm not entirely sure what you're trying to say. Like, this argument has to take a quaternion. Let me just, like, see what these do when I remove that. Did that save it? Wait. I was looking down here because I was curious, like, if I did anything, like, different. Alright, let me, like, Google something. Offset quaternion rotation. Like, is there a way to do that? You can't add quaternions. And apparently you can't... One second. So interestingly, you can multiply quaternions. You can multiply quaternions. I find that interesting. Sorry, I just don't fully understand quaternions. Alright, let me, like, read more about this. 5 degrees, apply rotation, creates a rotation that rotates around an axis. Yeah, it's weird. obviously, this would just yield, like, what's above there. So I'm gonna take a guess how this would work. I'm just gonna copy this line just for convenience. I don't think it works this way. But, like, I'm just gonna say fuck it and try it. Is that what you would have to do? To, like, do any, like, offsets on rotation? That doesn't look right. I don't know. Fuck it. I am a genius. That's so fucking stupid, dude. It was like, okay, so that honestly makes, like, what I was planning to do way easier. Because, like, here's what I was intending to do. Here's what I was planning to do. So it's like, it would be something like this. Basically, when you had, like, the max upgrade for the fucking, for, like, the fucking shotgun, it would do this. I wanted to do this. Actually, it might be a little... I think this is as much as I want it to be. You could theoretically have it go in a circle. You could theoretically do that. Yeah, let's give it a try. Let's see what would happen here. Oh, right. So, like, I'm like... Okay, yeah, the negative number does matter. We would have to do it that way. But, yeah, I don't think I'm dying with this. That ain't that cool. See? That's fucking awesome. You saw me switch upgrades there? That was really... Or switch, like, weapons? That's honestly really badass. Alright, so what would need to happen is that... So I guess, like, for now... You get the idea. So yeah, there's the default one here, and then there's the one with the 30-degree offset and the negative 30-degree offset. If you have one weapon, only boxes with other weapons appear. I think I was thinking of having it... See, I don't think this would incentivize people to keep the same weapon, because since it's completely random. But I was thinking, because I said this earlier, where I was like, oh, what if you pick up the same weapon and it just gives you more points or something? Like in Super Mario. It's like, I don't think it incentivizes anybody to actually pick up any different weapons. Or no, it doesn't, like, change whether, like, it's not gonna, like, make a biased... It's not gonna have any effect on, like, if a person wants to switch weapons or not. You know what I mean? Like, I thought... And it was also easy to, like, keep the thing completely random. I'd have to set up, like, more booleans or something. I guess. Yeah, I was thinking, like, oh, what if picking up the same one just gave you more points? Like Super Mario rules. Something similar to that. So yeah, like, at base power, this is what it would be like. To calculate bullet power. I don't know, it's like, this is kind of weird now. I think calculate bullet power might not be something we want to use. Because, like, at first I was thinking, oh, we can change the bullet size because it's something we can easily do in this function. But honestly, if I'm able to, like, manipulate what the bullet specifically does in the chip controller, that's great. Loop through a variable to increase it by 30 every loop. See, I have not used a for loop inside this, you know, like, before. I don't know why I haven't. Do a positive and negative version of that. I don't know, I guess like just 2 for loops. So like let's try this. Int I equals 0. I is less than power level. Because honestly, power level actually is a perfect number for this. So 30F times I. Yeah, that would make sense. And then you would do the same, but in negative. I don't know why I haven't really used for loops, like, in Unity yet. Is this not how you would do this? Put the negative in the... Put the negative in the first... Does it even matter? The loops do the exact same thing. Are you sure? Wait. I understand exactly what you mean. I don't know why I thought... I don't know why I thought, like, you needed 2 separate for loops for that. Alright, cool. So we're gonna see exactly what this does. Alright, so if I were to fire like this... Oh. Oh, whoops. Wait a minute. Because, like, okay, so power level would be 1 at this point. We want to start the value, we want to start the for loop with I equals 1, so these actually instantiate. And then, like, once it becomes 2, then the loop should just stop. Decrease the number 30 by 2 or something with each increment. Well, the idea is that you just fire more bullets. Like, the more upgrades you have, the more bullets you just kind of end up firing. I don't know how overpowered that would end up being. This thing isn't meant to be accurate. This thing isn't meant to be accurate. Not to mention, I'm probably gonna have to decrease its range. Yeah, so this is like, this is what the max upgrade would look like. Well, no, I have a cap. I have a way to cap it. Yeah, there is a cap that I've got somewhere inside, like, the bullet class. But yeah, this looks fucking... this looks great. Honestly, I wanna try this on some enemies. Let me spawn some enemies in. I just want to see what this will do to them. I want to say the bullets already work, I think. I think the bullets should already be ready to kill the enemies. Let's check. What just happened to me? I wasn't looking. What just happened? Okay, no, the collider isn't actually working. Let me go. Oh, right. I'm gonna have to, like, redo all that. So this needs to be under player projectile, but this tag might have to end up being redone because the piercing bullet is going to be kind of interesting to deal with. Because I have to be like, oh, if it touches an enemy, if it's a piercing bullet, I guess like I have to make a separate tag just for the piercing bullet. I don't know. That's like the only way I could think of doing that. It's not very clean. It's not a clean solution. But it is a solution. Yeah, so clearly this is blisteringly overpowered. It's clearly very overpowered. But damn, does it look fucking awesome. Yeah, see, fuck those guys. You see, did you remember in the last stream how difficult this was at first? Like how difficult that level was at first? See, like now that like alternate guns are implemented, it's like that looks way less annoying. That looks way more straightforward. So default bullet and shotgun bullet. So default bullet, its distance is not going to change. I'm going to cut the distance in half. What the hell happened while I was playing Meat Boy? Some good shit happened. The piercer has to be pretty powerful to balance that out. Yeah, it's more like, I guess like it just travels really far. I don't know, it's like it doesn't, how do I explain it? It doesn't get destroyed when it touches an enemy. I need a small list of what you've added. So I've added like items for upgrades. Oh yeah, the upgrades don't drop yet. These things don't drop yet. I've added like items for like switching weapons. Yeah, I'm gonna need to have a way for those to spawn. I think it's gonna be like just enemies drop them. I think like specifically the dashers. I think like the dashers and the pea shooters. Those are the enemies that'll drop them. The chasers won't drop these. The chasers won't drop these. My mouse died. Give me a second. God damn it. I wasn't expecting that to happen on stream. My mouse just died. Alright. God damn it. Alright, reloading. And we're back in the game. Tech issues. You know, like, something I discovered that's, like, an actual job? There's this thing called, like, technical writing. Basically, people, like, create instructional, like, instruction manuals or, like, technical documentation. Like, solely for the purpose of, like, either customers or other engineers. Which is, like, an adjacent role with software engineering. I've been, like, looking into that position. I don't know. It's, like, since I worked a year in customer service, I was like, that can't possibly be more difficult than customer service. I think I can definitely, like, get a job like that, too. I don't know. I need to keep my options open, because being a software engineer, like, going for that, without, like, really knowing anybody that could get you in, and even the people I do know, they tell me that, like, they're not looking for anybody at their company right now. So I'm like, okay, well, great. Lovely. That makes my life easier, doesn't it? Yeah, so this distance needs to be cut in half to, like, account for that. And shotgun. Drop the GitHub? Yeah, there is a GitHub. I mean, like, I'll probably, like, directly link it after the stream. But, like, there's been a GitHub. We not looking for anyone right now? What they mean is, fuck you, we found a replacement that's cheaper. Yeah, some fucker in Korea. Or, like, India who's willing to work the job for half the price. Or it's just a ghost job. They're just like, oh, we just want your resume. We just want your resume. We don't actually want to give you a job. You meet those assholes, too. And I don't know what the fuck they'll do with it when they take it. So do shotgun fire, do default fire. So shotgun bullet and default bullets. I want to test like the power level for this, for like the default gun. Because like theoretically it should be firing faster. Power failed the machine. Theoretically it should be faster now. Let me just turn off the spawners for now. So go into wielding default. So like what should happen is that this should now be firing faster. Yeah, see? So that's already pretty damn good. So this thing also works. This thing is also working. So that already looks pretty damn nice. Now, last but not least, we need to do Pierce Fire. So let me like officially serialize this field. So is wielding Pierce. Generate me a method. Alright, so here's what needs to happen. This thing basically needs to have its own tag. This thing basically needs to be a different tag. I also need to just make a new bullet. And this thing is going to have like a much farther travel distance. I don't know, I think like what I'm going to end up doing, I might actually shorten the distance. I'm going to make this 20, and then I'm also going to nerf the default bullet. Default bullet only has like 45 instead. That's 45. You think there'll be any boss fight? Probably not. I think like when we move on to the next game, where I think like that'll also be a bullet hell in a certain sense, I'm gonna think of like doing that as well. I don't know, I just didn't have any like ideas for it. Like this game was just to kind of get me warmed up into Unity. And honestly, there's still a bunch of stuff I still want to learn about Unity that I probably could implement here, and I just have not really done it. I might like talk with the Unity Discord. I think like learning on my own is just like causing me to stagnate. I should actually talk to those people there. Cool. Yeah, the next game, like I was talking about this game in like the One Block stream back over the summer. So basically, I had this idea for a game that kind of extended on the features on like the bullet hell role-playing genre, of which there's only 2 games that are like this, that being Undertale and Deltarune. I wanted to like throw my hat in the ring and make a game similar to that, but kind of go a lot harder into the RPG aspect of it. I don't know, it's like one shortcoming I always felt about Deltarune and Undertale. Deltarune's a bit better about this, is that sometimes I felt like stats didn't really matter. It's like, I don't know, if you were pretty decent at the game, you could like, it's like equipment and weapons didn't really mean anything. Well, I guess like in the newer Deltarune chapters, stats do kind of matter, because you actually fight enemies now. You actually fight people now in Deltarune chapter 3 and 4. In chapter 2 and 1, you really didn't need to, but like 3 and 4 actively make you do that. I don't know, I think like some of the inspirations for me was probably Terraria, where it was like, it was kind of like you would have these different weapons that fire different projectiles in like a bullet hell setting. I guess like it's kind of similar to Enter the Gungeon as well. Enter the Gungeon is also kind of like this too. Stats don't matter if you can beat every encounter in 3 turns. Well, I think like I wouldn't make it that easy. It's like some basic enemies you can kind of beat in like a turn or 2, but then like some bosses, like they might like have a cap like halfway through, and they put you in like a bullet hell where you can't damage them, and you just have to like survive the attack before you can continue the fight. Like that's like some of the concepts I was thinking of. I thought that'd be fun. I thought that could be fun. So it's like, even if you're dealing a lot of damage, there are some moments where you need to stop and like actually like focus on dodging, because I think like dodging attacks is as fun as like creating builds to deal a lot of damage to your enemies. Yeah, I don't know. I think like you'll understand it a bit more when I start like conceptualizing it. I think the next game won't be like a game. It'll be like a prototype that I wanted to like show off, because it's like an idea that I've been sitting on for like a while. Where after like playing Deltarune and playing like different bullet hells, I've thought of like an idea for a game that I thought could be cool. But that said, so for Pierce Fire, we don't have anything functioning here. Inputs. I just got reminded of my game idea again. Oh yeah, about like your factory game. So in Pierce Fire, this one is different. This one's gonna be different. Let's also do Pierce Bullet. We have to add that too. And then we have to make, like, the actual object itself for that. Yeah, it's like, we'd have to make that object, and then we'd have to also give it its own tag. We'd have to give it its own tag, too. And that's gonna be really weird. I don't know. It's like, if someone looked at the code for this, I think it'd be really strange. I'd probably have to do, like, a lot of extra groundwork to make this, like, make more sense. For now, there's just, like, an exception where a specific bullet kind of behaves completely differently. Alright, so give me a brand new object. So what we want, empty object, we need Pierce Bullet. And then we're also going to need a sprite renderer. We're going to need a collider that is a trigger. But first let's add the bullet. Add that there. And then sorting layer, put that on projectiles again. We're gonna make this color a light blue. Actually, let's go for green. Let's make this bullet green. No, wait, no, let's actually make it match the color that we put on the fucking other fucking sprite. That wouldn't make any damn sense. So it's like a light blue. Alright, and then we need a capsule collider. That is a trigger. And then under the tags, we're gonna need to make an entirely new tag called player piercing projectile. I don't know. It's like there's gotta be a better way to do this. There's gotta be a better way to do that. I don't know. It's like handling collisions among like different categories of objects. There's gotta be a better way to do that than just like making an individual tag for everything. I don't know. Maybe it's something to think about in like the next game. All right, so player piercing projectile. So then we also need to give this thing a script. So inside the projectiles, we need to make an entirely new mono behavior script called Pierce Bullet. Yeah, just Pierce Bullet. And then what needs to happen is that we need to make it a child of the other class. To make it a child of bullet, let's just take the default bullet behavior for now. And then here's where we start like overriding its shit. So I would say like I'm gonna make this like slightly slower. This bullet is slightly slower than the other ones. However, it travels the farthest. So for now, let's make it travel 60. The default bullet used to travel 60, but I've nerfed its distance slightly to make the Pierce bullet a little more appealing. Actually, we'll make it like 80. I don't know. I'm like thinking, is this gonna cover the entire screen? Like how much of this? I think it'll be like up to 100 and then like 120. Actually, I think like 60 is fine for now, and then 80 and then 100. So, of course, it still dies if it runs into an asteroid. Now, for every single enemy in the game, I need to now add... So, chaser controller, pea-shooter controller. I might just be able to make an or statement here. Oh, wait, no, because, no, we're checking for, like, a completely different situation here. So in this case, if other tag equals player... I need to make sure I remember the tag name. I didn't remember the tag name. So player piercing projectile. Yeah. I think just to be safe, I'm just gonna make another, like, trigger for this. I don't know. I don't think that should matter. I don't think that should matter, but we'll do it anyway. The second way I was gonna make the game different was by implementing something you can't do in the games I'm basing it off of. I mean, the extraction stuff already sounds kind of interesting. Sounds like there could be something there. The projectile piercing trigger is running. Score manager. Decrement count. Bonus chance. And then find any object. And then destroy other game object. We just remove that line. Now also, while I'm doing this, this is for the chaser. The chaser doesn't need this, though. The magic in Greg Tech is not very integrated into the technology line. Oh, so it's a magic factory. Wizard factory. It's some shit like that. Want to make it a core part of my game? So add that. Yeah, there's probably gotta be there's gotta be a better way to handle the trigger here. I'm not sure if you can make like one trigger that just applies to all the children objects. I haven't bothered to try it. Yeah, but then in like in the dasher and the pea shooter, I need to make a bonus drop chance. Bonus drop chance. So for the dasher and the pea shooter, upgrade drop chance. Let's just do 10%. And then, like, I don't know, maybe for the pea shooters, it's slightly more. Alright, so now, in both of these cases, it's going to test. Yeah, it's going to be upgrade drop chance. You're going to need to do it down here as well. Like that. And then I'm going to have to come back and do... I'm going to have to add a game object for that. So we're going to need to add a reference to the upgrade. It's 9 o'clock, so I got like 1 more hour. I don't know. I think, like, we're getting close. This is almost it. Which, like, honestly, it's, like, kind of matching it up perfectly. I mean, I probably won't have time to break down, like, the enemy object. I don't know. That might be something I could just do on my own. Because, like, I don't know. It's like, I'm not even sure if it's possible. That's the thing. There's some things I'd have to test. Which I don't feel inclined to do it right now. Alright, so under prefabs. So inside, I need to check the dasher, which now needs to take an upgrade object. And then inside the pea shooter, it also needs to take a... It needs to take a new object called upgrade. Alright, so now upgrades should be dropped, starting from level 2 onward, because none of the alternate enemies spawn in, like, the first level. Alright, so, I think we still need to do the Pierce Bullet. Yeah, we hadn't fired the Pierce Bullet yet. I guess, like, also, we want this to be, like, slightly slower, considering that it's such a fast... Considering this thing is, like, really fast, I think we should divide this. Or either that, or... Which makes more sense. I might make the fire rate slower. Cooldown increment times or divides. And, like, it can't be upgraded. It's just like notably slower. It's just a notably slower weapon. Something like that. I might make this slightly slower, too. 3 is pretty slow. I don't know, I guess, like, this is something we can play with. We can play with this afterwards. Actually, I just kind of want to see how it functions now. Well, no, it'll function exactly like the default bullet. Yeah, okay, let's just give it a shot. Oh wait, also the upgrades aren't gonna work yet. Yeah, that's a thing. You'd have to put the logic for the Pierce Bullet here. So you would need a reference to the ship. You would need a reference to the ship for this. I don't know, it's like, I can think of the answer, but it's not as clean. Because it's like, you need a reference to the ship if you want to have the power level here. Because you can't, like, determine the distance over here. You're not able to determine the distance the bullet fires over here. But what if there was? But what if there was? Where is it? There's like a bunch of files I suddenly have open. So it's under bullet. I don't know if I want to put the getter and setter here. Would I? Humanity should stop fighting for about 1 month. collectively come together to form the best magic system that fiction has ever seen. That's part of that's kind of part of the lore of my game. Well, it's kind of like a subset of humans were gifted with magic from the gods that they passed down for generations. Something like that, because like, I don't know, some people, it's like, in my world, magic is mostly hereditary. Like that sort of ancient magic. With the exception of the protagonist, who is like, somehow gained like gained powers himself. But it's like, it's kind of like the chicken and the egg situation, where it's like, everyone knows in history that there was a group of people that originally received like this magical power. So it's like, it's kind of interesting to see that there is now a person who seemed to have been human before, but now he suddenly has magic powers. Which is like something to think about as the story unfolds. Like that parallel. Even though, because like, it shouldn't be possible because the gods are dead. Or are they? Who knows? The gods are supposed to be dead. So like, that shouldn't be possible. Yeah, weird shit is happening in this. It's like, I've already got the mystery settling in, you know? Okay, so what is the best way to go about doing this? Then more like IRL world building session with the entire human race participating. You get that like Civilization 6 World Congress. Huh. I don't know, this piercing thing is actually like, thinking about where to put it is kind of like an issue. The music has stopped. That is not the window I want to have open. So, pierce bullet. I don't know, I could also be like, make the bullet bigger. Ad comes the moment I say something and look for a response. Yeah, the ads come when they inconvenience you the most. Exactly the way I want it to be. At least you're getting paid to an extent. I don't know. I think like I might actually I think I've been starting to get more viewers on Twitch than YouTube now, which is kind of weird. I don't know. I think it's more because you guys have watched me on YouTube for a while, but once I started double streaming on Twitch, people have discovered that the chat latency is way better on Twitch. So, like, if you want to get an immediate response from me, you just say it on Twitch. I don't know. I kind of wished it wasn't that way. I like using YouTube because, like, YouTube, I've had it for so long. But I don't know. People will have their preference. People have their preference. Some people just don't like Twitch at all. So it's just like, yeah, I'll stay on YouTube. Those people currently aren't here. They currently aren't here. So there is currently no one on YouTube. Which is whatever. It's no big deal. But like I said, I don't know, it was kind of a weird, like, turnout for the Hades 2 stream, where it was like, no one watched it, but then all of a sudden afterwards, people kind of just found the VOD. So I was like, 75% of its viewership came from after being uploaded to YouTube, after the stream ended. I don't know, I never understand it. I don't really understand YouTube at all, even after all these years I've used it. And it's like, even when I hear about the tricks that people use to, like, kind of game the algorithm, I'm just like, I don't care. I just don't. Sorry, I'm still like, I'm just like trying to delay like thinking about this. Because I'm just like, there's two places that this could go. I could somehow put it, like finagle it into here. But I guess I would need a reference to the ship here. So I guess like that's, I guess I have no choice. I have no choice. I guess like this is where I'd have to do it. I guess like calculate distance is fine. Yeah, so in like the bullet class, it has like a do movement because all bullets just kind of move forward. It's like when we make the next game, maybe we won't have bullets that move forward. Maybe we'll have bullets that arc or have inertia or whatever the fuck that other guy said last time we streamed this. Maybe projectiles will have inertia or something. I don't fucking know. Whatever the fuck that guy was saying. So we once again need to make like the switch statement. So switch To calculate distance, I need int power equals find first object by type ship controller, and then I need to get power level. There was already a getter that could do this anyway, so I might as well just commit to it. So we make a switch state. Oh shit. We do this. And then case 1. And then we have case 2. And then case 3. Because this is like the highest power level you can have, okay? This is the highest power level you can have. So in this case, based on what it is, the bullet distance... If it's 1, it will equal 60F. Which, that's already its default value anyway. Let's go 80F. Actually, no. I want to make this feel substantial upgrading this, alright? Like, honestly, I think this spans the entire screen. I low-key think this is going to span the entire screen. So that's the distance the bullet is going to travel before it dies. Of course, it's going to need to calculate distance in the first place, and then do movement. It'll do this every frame. Well, actually, no, do this upon waking up. I guess, like, I don't know. It seems redundant to have this line of code there, but I don't really care. Alright, so let's go test it. Let's go see how this bullet works. Let's go see if this bullet works the way I want it to. I don't know. I think when we make the second game, I think I'm going to make a devoted area. I'm going to make a devoted area where I can test stuff. You know what I mean? I'm going to make a devoted, like, scene in my game to test things. Like a good game, like a smart game developer would. Also, this needs to be a prefab. I think it's already got everything it needs. Alright, so let's go... That does not... Is that because of my night mode? I don't know, that bullet just doesn't look cyan to me. Well, obviously, you can't see it at all because it's I'm blocking it. I'm blocking it on, like, the bottom right. I don't know, it looks a little green, but I think that's because of my night mode. What else? Was it for the ship? I think I have that, yeah, I have to add the game object here. Is it because it's small? So we add it here. Let's see what this looks like first. Okay, what is up? Well, what's the issue here? Since the edges are basically the same thing. So it instantiates the bullet, and then under Pierce bullet, bullet velocity, do movement. Do movement is a basic class like this. I don't know. From what I can tell, it sounds like its bullet velocity is suddenly 0. Huh. What is missing here? I'm like checking the other bullets to see like what's different about this. So Pierce bullet, transform without rotation, transform without position, then rotation. Position, then rotation. That looks correct. Then we have the protected method to do movement. To move my bullet velocity, which should already get updated. So I know these two bullets work. That's all right. All right, game, you got me. What's the issue here? Let me just make sure the other bullets work. Let me just verify the other bullets work. I think I know exactly what's wrong. Let me check something. It's the it's the age-old issue, isn't it? It's always that, isn't it? Add the script. It's always that. You gotta add the script. Alright. Script. Where the fuck? No, just add an existing script. There we go. Jesus. I don't know why it was not highlighting. Alright, was that the problem? You must continue the forever world, not the spear, is it? I should, I know. Alright, there we go. And then, what would happen with, like, all three upgrades? With all three vitamin gummies? Let me, like, change this. Yeah, that's what we want. Yeah, look at that. Like, that's so cool. I mean, like, it seems to keep giving me more piercing. I don't know, maybe we should just have a way to be like, okay, don't spawn... Oh, that distance is much shorter now. Yeah, isn't that cool? That's awesome, honestly. I don't know, maybe I just say, like, suck it up and keep the weapon you have until you find one that you want to change to. I don't know, it's like... Yeah, okay, there is, like, a part where the game's turning out to actually be pretty decent. Yeah, there is, like, an end. There's, like, an end level. There's no boss at the end. It's just kind of... You go for a certain number of levels, and then it just kind of ends. And then you just get your score at the end. I think what I'd also want... So let's get rid of, like, some of these extra guys, because everything seems to work now. So what I want to see, I want to do a test run of the game. Let me just turn off the sound. Let me turn on the sound. Alright, sound should not have broken at any point. Oh, right, I'm gonna need to add a sound for picking that up. I'm gonna need to add a sound for picking up the item. Fuck. Oh, something crashed. What was that? Well, it's a good thing I caught that. Well, but like, why are we running into this issue? Like, how did this happen? Like, what did I do to the enemy controller that made this happen? So 31. Oh no, was that the chaser? No, that was enemy controller. Set ship position. I don't know, I guess it's like... If it's not destroyed, then do this. Okay? Maybe that's the problem. Yeah, it's like, I wouldn't say it's a deal. It's like terribly easy. It's not like perfect. I don't know. I'm like thinking about the sniper bullet. I don't know. I think that it could like work, but I'm like, it seems to kind of not be very good against like the. It seems to not be very good against like the smaller, like the faster enemies. I also might make the fire rate for this a little slower too. I think this thing is too fast. This weapon's definitely too fast. Like, see? Yeah, actually, this might be the best weapon. This might actually be the best weapon. I don't know. But I think we'd have to slow it down. Slow it down slightly. I am noticing that no one's dropping the upgrades. Shit. Yeah, what gives? Yeah, that's kind of odd. I don't know, am I getting unlucky? I mean, it is like it's not a terribly high chance. Oh shit, I think I made it so a lot of dashes spawn in this level. That's honestly, that is I don't think that level was possible. I don't think that level was possible before the new weapons were added. That level was like really hard. Oh fuck! God damn it! All right. What is the problem now? Wait. Under enemy controller. Wait, no, it's not. This field isn't even serialized. It's like, I feel like we've had an issue like this before, and it's like, why is this only now becoming a problem? Like, it is somehow running that line, even though it shouldn't be. Like, once the ship dies, it shouldn't be. I think what needs to happen is that it needs to get a reference to the ship in the first place, like from the very beginning. I don't know, let's give it a try. Yeah, so it's like set ship position. Wait, no. The moving stars in the background make it hard to understand what's going on. Should I make it like, should I make the background darker? Yeah, it's like I said, we never had this issue before. Or, no, we might have had it in the past, but it's just like, I thought we solved this. I don't know, the stars itself are just kind of big. I don't know, do we need to, like, completely redo the background? It's like, I could always just, like, pull up the... They happen to be the same size as most of the enemies. I don't know, we could do a background where we just remove the stars. You definitely don't have to. I could just remove the stars. And only, like, the planets are there. Because, like, the planets look way more different than the actual enemies. I can kind of understand what you mean. Yeah, if ship is destroyed... Yeah, I'm really confused by this. Let me go back into the game. Like, is it specifically happen? I need to let an enemy kill me. I'm just gonna turn off the sound. Okay, it's not a fan of it being done that way. It's like you have to have like an absolute failsafe to prevent like it from referencing the ship when it shouldn't. So it's like if I die here. What? It seemed completely fine. Does that have something to do? Is it not like, is it not about the chasers? It's about like a completely different enemy. It might be about a different enemy. It might have something to do with like one of the different enemies. Is it always a dasher? Enemy controller 34. If the ship is destroyed, flee. Wait, I think I see what's going on here. Did that happen, like, once they started trying to fly away? I feel like we had this issue last stream. I feel like we ran into this problem last stream. It's like it tries to path to the ship when it doesn't know, when it sees that even though it's gone. You gotta be anal about this. Like, how many fucking ship checks do I have to do here before it's like, Yeah, okay, we know we shouldn't check if the ship is somewhere. So if it's not destroyed, do that. Look, I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this. I know this code looks really bad. I know that looks really stupid. Let me just, that's a temporary thing. I just, like, need to know why this is happening. It's like, I want to say this is, like, the last issue inside the game, and then I think, like, we're good. I don't know, I'd have to check if the, Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. Turn off the spawners. Just give me one... Just put a dasher here. I mean, like, this engine does give a lot of tools for, like, debugging, which is nice. Alright, it had no problem with that. Yeah, it has a problem when it tries to flee. It has a problem when it tries to leave. You should make that enemy shoot predictive missiles. We'll do that in the next game. It has an issue with trying to leave for some reason. Got a cave sound in game when you said that? Oh, fuck, dude. It's like you need to get the ship position at that frame. Like, I think it has to do with the animation. It has to do with the death animation. I've made an incredible achievement. Eight EV tier circuits? How come only 8? How many do you need? Yeah, it's like this should be preventing this from even happening. I don't know how this would work. Yeah, sorry, I don't know how to read the debugger. Took me 3 days to make them. Alright, so for the dasher, I need to, like, think about this harder. Alright, so how about this? Continue living your life. Check this every frame. Else, flee, okay? Fucking sick of this. That looked fine. In fact, that might have been the only thing I needed to check. That might have actually been it. Wait, let me test this too. That might have been the only place we'd actually have to check this. I forgot what this looked like before. They immediately want me to make IV circuits. You don't look like you're made of IV circuits. We don't need to check it there either, as far as I'm concerned. There might need to be more optimization that can be made there. Don't need to worry about it. All right? Not gonna worry about it. You gotta be fucking kidding me. I'm starting to understand where this specifically needs to be then. It's like, that is so weird. That is such a specific bug. That is this might be the most sophisticated bug we have ran into here. I'm gonna need like a QA team for this. That is so weird. What the fuck? I have no idea how you would fix this. That doesn't involve just removing the animation. That is such a specific bug. Alright, try that again. I want to see, like, the console of this. Okay, that seems fine. Where does this come from? This comes from the ship controller. So I need the ship to die first before that happens. I don't know, the only way I could think of that is just, like, having its separate game object for the death animation, which doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound like the best way you could do that. Yeah, it's like set position. Like, you see that, right? Set position, the ship dies, and then it creates that error. That is, like, such specific timing. I don't know, can I make, like, a coroutine that just stops? That makes this only run when we know the ship is alive? Okay, so here's what I'm thinking of doing. Is death sound effect playing? This seems like a weak solution, but I feel like this is how you would do this. So here's what would happen. So do death animation. And then what we want to do is get... I don't know, that's like how you would have to do this. Oh, you can't name a bool and a function the same thing, it looks like. Whatever. What a diabolical variable name. So you get a reference to the ship. That's why. Whoops. I was wondering why I wasn't seeing any upgrades. And I explicitly told myself I was going to change that later. Hi, Cat Lover. Welcome back. Hey, this game is honestly just about done. I have to, like, fix one really annoying issue, though. That I thought we fixed in the last stream, but apparently we didn't. It somehow returned. Alright, so there's a reference to the ship. It's under the enemy controller, which is this. It's a public method. Ship dying animation playing. Is anybody here? There's currently no one on YouTube right now. The people are on Twitch. I don't know. I guess, like, lately, YouTube, like, Twitch has started to look like a slightly more appealing, like, space to chat. Because it's, like, the latency is almost nothing. I have no idea why the latency on Twitch is infinitely better than YouTube. I don't know why. Game object ship. This doesn't seem right. This seems like a very dumb solution. But, like, that would prevent that from running. That would have to. No, it doesn't work that way. Man, what the fuck? That is such a bizarre issue. This is the final boss. Like, I'm honestly so confused with this one. It's such a specific issue, but I feel like the fix shouldn't be that bad. Also, what specifically is it trying to do here? Like, what specifically did it not like? I don't know, it's like, you could also turn the ship into a prefab, but you would have to do so much more work for that to make that work. So I at this point, I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, because I guess this line of code wouldn't work anymore if the ship object is gone. Idea? This wouldn't work. If statement within an if statement? Yeah, it's like, no matter how many if statements we put in, somehow it's just not gonna work. Like, I had like 4 different checks. There were 4 different checks to prevent that. No. I have an idea. So inside the game manager, how about this? So is game over? I know we have this function that it can be publicly accessed. Where else is this variable used? If ship is destroyed during that time... It's like, whatever we do, we cannot check this in the ship controller anymore. Because the ship controller will be gone. The fuck was that noise? That noise kind of scared me. I was like, that noise did not sound like something my phone normally made. So just, like, get rid of this shit. So it's gonna be like, if the ship, So basically in the game manager, we need to make a, like, public method. So is game over? As long as the game is not over. I don't know, I don't even think this is like... I don't even think this is, Like, completely foolproof. There might be some bugs that I have yet to discover. So it's gonna be like, the moment the ship touches something... Sorry, I'm like really focused on this. Oh, right. So basically, get a reference to the game manager. So find first object by type, game manager. Dot. These names aren't very good. Let's do that. And then set ship status. Then is and over in ship set ship status to be true. All right, so here's where instead we check if the ship is dead or not. We do it from the game manager, which is an object that will never be destroyed ever. All right? The game manager will never be destroyed. So it always has a place where it can check for it. And by default, the value is that the ship is this value is false. And then up until the moment the dying animation plays, because we know the ship is in the process of dying. When that moment happens, we make sure no one else can check if the ship is destroyed for anything. Alright, it's go time. I think this is the solution. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Enemy controller. What? Set ship position. Yeah, I did. It's pointing out like several lines here. Enemy controller, line 32. What is wrong with this statement? Get the ship status? It's a Boolean value you should already know. Like, you don't need the ship object for that. Path to direction, line 78. I'm gonna copy and move this over. Like, this is a fucking wild issue. God damn, I accidentally copied. And then Dasher 50, line 51. Try it again. Again, you shouldn't need to reference anything. $70 and $51. Path to direction and update. This apparently doesn't work either. Which, like, that doesn't make sense to me. That doesn't make sense to me at all. So dasher controller dot path to direction. What the fuck am I doing wrong? Dasher controller line 51, which is path to direction, and that's line 70. Get ship status, which is an object that's inside the game manager, which is an object that isn't ever going to go away. Is it something I'm not noticing? Dasher controller 1. Let me close some of these other files. What's the boolean that tells if the ship is dead? Alright, so basically what happens is that when the ship dies, it does this. It sets its status to true. And then it starts doing its death animation. It begins doing its death animation. Like, it's the first thing that happens when it touches, like, gets touched. And like, this status is set in the game manager. So, like, the dasher should only be referring to the information it sees in the game manager. You know what I mean? In fact, I just noticed... Wait. Only check that. Don't ever check anything else. Like, stop directly checking the ship object. Like, don't even do that anymore. And it's like, honestly, I don't even remember that, like, being a problem. I'm like, I felt like that line of code was never, like, a problem. And maybe this is how you should do it from now on. Like, you need one object that is checking everything that is never going to be destroyed. What? Wait, what? That just straight up wrong for some reason? Get ship status. Oh, this should be a not. Even then, the game shouldn't crash. The game shouldn't crash if that's the case. If the ship is dying, then flee. No, that should be correct. Yeah, no, that should be fine. Well, yeah, if the ship is dying, then you leave. If the ship is currently dying, you leave. Man, I really gave this a fucking confusing name, didn't I? What if the ship is done dying? Well, after that, then the object destroys itself. And, like, that remains false. It's just supposed to be... It's supposed to be, once the animation begins playing, never check for this object ever again. Just don't. You know what I mean? It's like, once the object starts dying, then you should never reference the object ever again. That's why I was like, oh, let's just have this check in the game manager then. If it's trying to, like, reference the ship that isn't there anymore, let's just move that boolean to another another area. I'm gonna rename this. Get is ship status. So get is ship dying. That'll make things make more sense. Actually, maybe this is supposed to be like that. So get is the ship dying? If that's false, then do this. In path to direction, if the ship is dying, that's fine. Yeah, it's like, honestly, when the next game we make, I'm gonna need to, like, watch out for something like this. Yeah, this issue is such a pain in the ass. Yeah, it's like, this is such an awful bug. And it's like, I want to say that we tried to solve this in the last stream, and I thought I had it. But then, like, no, I haven't solved it. Alright, so here's how you would be able to solve this. Here's the only solution I could imagine is just don't have a death animation. The death animation is its own object. That's like the only solution I can think of. But like, I don't know, that seems like, that doesn't seem efficient. You know what I mean? You just like instantiate a game object that's just like, that plays a death animation. And then like destroy it as it's being instantiated. Like destroy the ship as the fuck. What's up? What is it? You want to add particles? You could just make a the death animation a particle. But I kind of wanted to use the funny GIF. That's the thing. Like, if it can be avoided, I'd like to keep the funny GIF. I don't know if it's like, I mean, like, can particles have animations? I don't know what you can set the particles to be. You can set the particles to be like a sprite. I'm not sure if like the sprite that you set the particles to can be and have animations. Honestly, I probably should have learned more about particles before I got into that part. I don't know. I just think there's like a solution to this that I'm just not seeing. I don't know, I need to, like, revert this back. I'm just gonna, like, revert this back to what it was before. Which is, like, I probably should have, like, saved the, yeah, let me just, like, revert this back. Alright, so this should be, like, what it originally was like. I don't know, I really don't want to leave this issue. I really don't want to leave this. Alright, so when I die... Yeah, it's like right when that happens. I don't know, can I stop it from... It's like the thing about the dasher is that it needs to... It's like the second part of its animation is trying to find... is based on where the ship is. That's why no other enemy has had this issue. Actually, I feel like the pea shooter could probably have this issue as well. The pea shooter, like, tries to shoot a bullet at the player. Yeah, I have a strange feeling the pea shooter would have this problem too. In fact, I kind of want to test that. Like, would the pea shooter also have this problem? Yeah, see? So, like, these enemies have, like, a two-phase attack where they move onto the screen, and then they try to identify where the ship is. If the ship dies, and then during the death animation... I don't know, I need to make it so, like, if the death animation is happening, then the enemies flee. But that also requires having another Boolean that they gotta check for. I don't know, it's like whatever I have inside the ship, like, it cannot be accessed or checked by anyone else if the object is being destroyed, because that crashes the game. Huh. Man, that is so bizarre. It's such a bizarre issue. Well, no, it's like I can clearly see what's happening now. It's going to attempt to set the position. One second. Man. I want to say this wouldn't work. Like, let's say we took this and move this here, so we only ever have to reference the ship, like, access the ship game object once. Well, no, because then we'd have to, it would probably, like, they would probably throw, I would imagine it's gonna throw an error here. Because, like, no matter what, you have to get the ships to the last known position to do this. There's no way around it. It's like I'm under the impression this will throw an error too. Gotta go? Alright. Well, it did not like that. Was that because of what I did? Or was that something that... Was that an issue that the ship already had... The pea shooter already had? Yeah, it's this is like a wild bug. Absolutely insane bug. Yeah, I want to try fire bullet again. Like, was that the problem? Okay. Is there a way to be like, don't run if another function is running? That sounds like a very specific like thing, but that doesn't. I don't know. It's something very, very specific you need to do to prevent this from happening. If it gets touched, it do death animation. I just want to test something. It's like, if this, this should be, I want to say this is going to be like, oh, it's not going to give the animation a chance to play, it just deletes the object. God damn it. I feel like this is just a general issue that could happen, honestly. I think the check has to happen when the thing reaches its destination. Like, if I go into, like, the dasher controller. Where is... So, path to center. Wait a minute. do also have a path to center function. That's not what I meant to copy paste. Because, like, it's in its path to center phase when it does this. I also believe these two functions share the exact same method. Or, like, these two, the pea shooter and the dasher share the exact same path to center method. Which is something that I had to break down, but I was like, I wasn't sure if I could do the enemy controller yet. Like, make a proper enemy controller. I think this is the answer. I'm like 70% sure that's the answer. Because, like, when you think about it, as the ship is dying, it's still in its like path to center phase. There might be like a very, very specific time frame where somehow it'll crash the game, but I feel like this is an improvement. Shit. Yeah, because while it's in its death animation, the ship isn't considered destroyed. Holy shit, dude. That is so fucking crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I actually don't know the answer to this. I think I've been at this for like an hour now. Maybe there will have to be a day 8. I don't know. I don't fucking know. I don't know. It's like I wouldn't want this game to be considered finished with that sitting there. That is like a nasty bug. I'll have to mess with this. But like, I can't leave it like that. Well, I could probably leave the stream like this because it's getting late. I'll have to figure this out next time. I'll probably commit all this to GitHub, and then like I'll just start completely tearing this apart and trying to figure out why the hell that's happening, or like how you would handle something like this. I don't know. It's like. Yeah, it's like no matter what, like this function is kind of this function like is a lot harder to use when you have an animation that keeps the object still there. And when does this issue happen? Set ship position? Is it always set ship position? I have a nuclear idea. Well, no, that wouldn't help. I don't think that would help either. the error keeps happening in set ship position. Let me just make sure. Is this the only place this is brand? Yeah. I don't even know. I have no idea if this would even work. Considering it's a function that's in the other file. I'm not sure if it's allowed to do that. It's not giving me like an error or anything, but we'll find out. It's like, I'm under the impression this wouldn't work. Alright, so try it again. Because, like, now there's a 0.5 second buffer, which is the exact length of the animation. What the fuck? That was weird. Well, like, hold up. Now, can't I just go over... No, it still tried to check the set position anyway. How did that happen? The object was destroyed at that point. Alright, I want to see what happens if I add, like, a larger buffer. I assume, like, I want to say invoke just stops at that line. Well, actually, I don't know. But, like, this probably isn't the best way to do this. Wait a minute. Shit. God damn. Can you even do that? Is that the solution? Down to try anything. I want to say that ends up being passed along. What? It fled immediately. It should be able to use this variable. It should know there's a ship that exists somewhere. That's weird. So, path to center. If the ship is destroyed, flee, else move to this position. It is definitely not destroyed. This is gonna be the dumb solution. Well, yeah, see, it can refer to it. What's going on here? It's like, why is it not bothering to path to the center anyway? Well, actually, maybe this isn't needed because its purpose. This doesn't rely on the ship. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. This function shouldn't be relying on the ship anyway. I said I was gonna go to bed soon, but I don't know, I think I'm getting closer here. So now what will you do? Really? Oh, it's fleeing immediately now. Which, like, shouldn't be happening? Because the ship isn't destroyed. The ship is definitely there. The ship is definitely there. All right, we'll try this. And, like, the Dasher will probably need this, too. Is that what you're missing? Because, like, they only check this once, and this will never have to be referred to again. You gonna shoot? Alright, that checks out. Like, that makes sense. So if I die, then what? That looked correct. Doesn't bother trying to fire a bullet. Alright, how about the Dasher? I think I did it. But that's what we thought last stream, and then somehow it happened again. Let me see what it looks like with the Chaser now. Or the Dasher. Is the solution cursed? Not really. That looks correct. I don't really know what I did to solve that, by the way. I'm like, so what I did was that I made it so that when these two objects are awake, they call this once. They call this reference once. Which I don't know why I would need to do that, considering that I already serialized this at the very beginning. I was like, dude, did I even need to serialize this in the first place? Yeah, I don't know, it looks like it worked. Yeah, wait, why does it... So, you see that, it says set position, which is like, it was running this. Was like directly... Okay, let me test something. Was this the reason this was happening? Oh, let me try that again. For some reason, I didn't hit him. What? I'm unsure how I resolved this. I'm now unsure what I did. It's like, I knew I added these lines. That's for the collider. It's like adding this for some reason. Let me comment this out. Was that really all I had to do? I'm not exactly sure why that worked. I don't know, I'm gonna need to make like a whole list of notes. Oh wait, that was for the... Let me test this for the pea shooter then. Yeah, and then like then I'll call it because it's getting late. Yeah, that was the problem. So what would happen if I did this? Which I'm pretty sure I did this in the first place. Pretty sure I did that in the first place. Because, like, if that's the solution, then I don't need to have that instantiation in the other two files. I don't need to do that in the other two files then. I don't know. I guess, like, this seems to be working, so I'm just gonna leave it the way it is. I like being a software engineer. Yeah. Okay, it just works. Whatever, dude. I don't know. I guess, like, one thing we can end this off. We can end this off with, like, a proper playthrough. Wait, I gotta turn the spawners on. Yeah, I didn't turn them on. And, like, I don't know. I might, like, tweak some stuff between streams. If there'll be a day 8. Maybe there won't be a day 8, because I think I've got the issue down now. This game would be good to ship out. Well, like, I wouldn't, like, charge anybody for this. I'm actually not gonna take that item. I personally think that item was garbage. I might have to tweak that item. I don't know. I think it's, like, without upgrades, that item seems kind of weak. However, it might be better than nothing. Fuck. God damn it. Let's try that again. Yeah, it's like, I don't know, maybe I'm giving it a bit too much. Maybe I'm giving it too much shit. Oh, shit. Are you gonna give me something that isn't a sniper? I do understand what you mean. With, like, the whole, hey, you shouldn't, you keep, like, receiving the same thing. I'm still waiting to see some of the upgrades. Fuck. Hold on, let me verify this. There should be player projectile. If random range 0 to 1 is less than upgrade drop chance. I don't know, am I making it, you think I made it, like, too rare? There's a 0.2%. There's, like, a 20% chance. It's not like an if else statement, is it? No, it's not. Well, wait. It's definitely not working properly? Well, I want it to be 20%. Let me just set this to 1. Well, I just want to guarantee it can actually drop. Okay, yeah, it does. Yeah, it is capable of dropping. It's not dropping from 1 in 5 enemies? I don't understand what you mean. It's like, I will note that chasers do not drop this. Chasers do not drop this item. Also, I feel like this thing, somehow, I've set it, like, really low, yet somehow these items are still spawning pretty often. Yeah, you're meant to kill, like, the special, like, the more advanced enemies for that. Which, honestly, maybe I'll have to make the chance higher. I don't know. It's, like, kind of tricky to kill them. It's kind of tricky to kill them just for, like, a chance of getting it. Fuck. I don't know. I think, like, the slow fire rate might be a little trickier for those faster enemies. I don't know. Not to mention, I feel like I've only seen the sniper rifle. I just kind of noticed that. I was like, why am I only seeing the sniper? Yeah, see, there it is again. No, we definitely were able to have the shotgun spawn. And it's not like, it's a completely even chance. One second. It's a completely even chance. I gotta go. Yeah, I'm probably gonna end the stream soon anyway. Good luck. All right. Oh, shit. 0 to pickups.count. It's in the list, right? Yeah, it is. Let me play it again to be sure. I don't know. Oh. What the hell? I've never seen that error before. Stack Overflow request. What? Or exception. Yeah, nothing is ever easy, is it? Serialized property is reorderable. What is this even referring to? But I didn't touch anything. I didn't touch anything at all. Yeah, what the fuck did I touch? Okay, now it's working. What the hell? Okay, yeah, the shotgun definitely does exist. I was just getting stupidly unlucky. I was just getting ridiculously unlucky. And again, I might say that this is the best weapon. I just want to see the upgrade thing spawn. Yeah, was it not spawning? Come on. Come on now. Yeah, wait, hold up, come on. It's definitely possible. I know it's possible. Like, we tested it. Okay, yeah, it is. Alright, there we go. Oh, it doesn't, like, destroy bullets or anything. Yeah, I also see the score just gets kind of whack every now and then. I'm not really sure why. Alright. Okay, so it definitely works. There's some, like, bugs to still iron out, but that is too late for that. Now, I don't know if this will be the last time you see this game, because, like, I think the rest of these bugs, I don't know if we'll do, like, an entire bug squashing stream. Because I think pretty much everything I wanted to be in the game is now in the game. But, it is almost 11 o'clock at night, so I should probably do something that isn't this. All right, so in that case, thank you everyone so much for watching. Thank you everybody who's come by. Thank you to Start a Cell for helping out with a lot of the random coding incidents and through all of this. Thank you to my moderators for moderating. I think I already thanked them because I have the memory of a goldfish. Saturday there might be a stream. Maybe. I don't know because I think I'll be out with my family that day. But yeah, I think I'll share this game in the Discord and also like tweak it a bit more. If you see this game again or not, I'm not sure. We might just like go to season 2 at that point. Because like I think all that's left is really to just do some like game adjustments. Just some like general adjustments that don't really need to be shown on stream. But sorry to end it on something so anticlimactic, but I think like ironing out that bug was probably like the final boss of all this. So I'm proud of myself. But I'll sign off here. So thank you for watching. I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.